Sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Here we go.
Okay, hey guys, welcome to the live. I keep thinking it's Friday, but it's only Thursday. Hey, Zaki, how are you? Hi, guys. Oh, wait, yeah, there we go. You're unmuted now. Hey, Zach.
Hi, how's it going, everybody?
We're not going to talk about what usually happens, so we're just going to knock on wood and then try to go on with this live.
Yeah, and Sunny knows, but the head in here is hollow, so we're knocking.
Anyways, you guys, welcome to the live. Of course, this is about Jack and Lily Sullivan, and I just dropped Zach's channel there. So if you guys haven't subscribed to Zach's channel, it's right there. The link is in the description of the live as well. But here it is. And again, thank you guys all for being here on this. I don't know. It's a miserable Thursday over here. Rainy, rainy, rainy. Yeah. What about over there, Zach? How's the weather there? Uh-oh. We jinxed it. Zach, no. Let's see. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Please don't do this again. No, he says he has everything turned off. Zach, don't you dare. Not leaving me tonight, bud. Can't hear you, though. So until that point, you guys, if you guys haven't hit that like and share for Jack and Lily, please do so. Zach, I know. Like, there's this, like, freaking demon inside of YouTube, StreamYard or something like that. And, yeah, so I told him if it does this again, to put his Bluetooth headphones in, something like that. Anyway, say hi to all you guys. Hi, Robin. How are you? Man, I'll be back. My ass isn't a dragon. I know. Yeah, but there's a difference. There's a difference, right? When he's doing a live by himself, he's just going in through his own YouTube and stuff like that, right? But there's some serious issues going on. I don't know what it is with his phone or whatever. Never an issue with other streamers and stuff like that. So I just know that I don't know what the heck, to be honest with you. Somebody out there in YouTube land is like cursing him or something. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it could be StreamYard. StreamYard has been sucky lately as well, which I let them know today as well. I kept meaning to complain, but I keep trying to show my share screen and show my screenshots and stuff. You know, StreamYard's freaking out there taking forever, barely having it. But anyways, hi, Nurse. How are you? Hi, Jerry Lynn. We're doing some hellos first. Hi, Carla. How are you guys? Streamlabs is in the house. Don't forget, there's big hugs to Belinda, of course. And GT Free North 49th. How are you? Barbara, how are you? Shannon's in the house. Hey, Shannon. And Shannon's been on here a few times as well. She's someone that's been frequenting the chat for quite a while with the Jack and Lily case, and she's been on a couple times. She's a medium, speaks with the dead people on this case, and in this particular case, Jack and Lily, everyone's trying to find answers for what happened to Jack and Lily. To be honest with you, I don't think it's about. As far for me personally, I'm just going to say this, and I'll say this again. This is about watching 6 months of a bunch of bullshit about two people, and this is in my opinion only, watching Daniel and Malaya just be a bunch of freaking ass liars, manipulators, especially Daniel, since he's put himself in the forefront of everything. And to me, this is a waste of resources that it will come to fruition, in my personal opinion, that they need the evidence and they need to find Jack and Lily's bodies. Okay. I'm tired of, if you guys know that watch his channel now, so sick of Daniel's bullshit. Anyone who can't see through him, give your head a shake. Honestly, he's a manipulator. He's deceiver, liar. He's just ridiculously trying to sell himself. And, my thing about that with Daniel is that you're such a joke. And you don't need to try to make us believe you, Daniel, because first of all, most of us don't. But honestly, it's the RCMP that are going to have the last word when it comes to you and Malaya and Janie and whoever else that has knowledge about Jack and Lily. So you can sit there and try to portray to the public, to the world, all your bunch of bullshit. But at the end of the day, it's such a joke because, like I said, it's the evidence that's going to come out that's going to nail your ass to the wall, in my personal opinion. And it's just a matter of time. Time, Daniel. Your time's running out, dude. Yours, Malaya's, and anyone else that has knowledge of this. And it's just so transparent that to even try to fake that they're hidden or trafficked and all these things is like, I hope we're mostly past that point. Now let's see what's taken Zachy so long here to come back. Logging back on, just as I look down. Okay, let's see. Are you back there, buddy?
I'm back. I'm in my living room, so this has better service. So let's hope for the best.
Oh yeah, sure. But if we start hearing you come through, put in your Bluetooth, okay?
All right.
Yeah. Oh, it says plugging. Yeah, yeah, Zach. Like I don't know. I feel like there's this demon in freaking StreamYard with me and you, or something going on. Eh? Someone doesn't want us to tell the truth.
Seriously.
Okay, so anyways, welcome you guys. Hey, Daleen, Carla. So I want to talk about a couple things. So I dropped Zach's links for his thing as well. And I'll just pull up this really quickly, share screen. Okay, so this is Zach's YouTube channel here, right? I just dropped the link. Go hit subscribe, join. He does a lot of different lives. He's been pumping up these lives a lot, right? Lately with regards to it. So go check him out over there. Again, drop the link there. The other thing I want to quickly bring to our attention here is this. 1 second here. And this is going to be for share screen. 1 second. Where did it go? Had it open. Oh, here it is right here. 1 second. Okay. There we go. Okay. Charmaine's going to be doing a live with Daleen and Belinda tomorrow. Okay. So just quickly. So I became a couch potato. Do you want to become a couch potato too? Reminds me of that like potato song. But anyways, so again, that's tomorrow at let's see, 2:00 p.m. November 14th. Like I said, right here, it says 100% of the donations during the live stream will be used to purchase coats and for Jack and Lily's school in Pictou County. This isn't a paywall. This is chat control. Okay. And so anyways, so that's going to be going on tomorrow. So if you're not joined in the membership and stuff like that, again, she'll be releasing it to the public afterwards. But again, control sometimes of chat. Well, you can do members only lives a couple ways. You can do it where it's just members only, but yet the other people can see it as well. Depends how it gets set up and stuff like that. But either way, I wanted just to show that for tomorrow. But also tomorrow, Sunny, Daphne, and Nova will be doing a live at 4 o'clock PST my time, which is 7 o'clock Daphne's time. And Nova's time, of course, will be the Nova Scotia time of 4 hours difference, so 8 p.m. So I'm so looking forward to this live tomorrow. Daphne, Nova, Sunny, and we're just gonna truth bomb it all the way like we always do anyway. So
Sunny,
I really
that's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, just the other day I was like, hey, you want to, I said to Nova, because I had talked to her last week and I said, just tell me a day that you want to do live. I'm off Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And then I was like, well, you know what, let me just ask Daphne too. And then Daphne was down for it too. So that's going to be a great, so Charmaine's will be at 2 o'clock. Mine will be at 4 o'clock and stuff like that. So I think with Charmaine's channel going on and your stuff going on, Zach, that there's constant. I think everyone that's following Jack and Lily's case is getting a ton of Jack and Lily stuff, within the true crime community going on, which is nice to see. Because the whole point is that to bring awareness for Jack and Lily, correct?
That's correct. 100%.
Hello, Kiwi Bridget, Jackie. So, okay. So, I'm going to bring up something first, just to say it, only because it came out. And again, I was trying to show it through the other way, but you know what? Stream Yard, you can kiss my ass right about now. I'm sick and tired. Normally I can just click on the picture, share it, right? Zoom in or whatever. But for whatever reason, StreamYard, you're sucking, okay? You suck it. You guys are a shitty platform to begin with. And monkeys, reason why people use StreamYard is because even monkeys can use it, okay? A freaking 2-year-old can learn. But StreamYard is trying to get with the bigger platforms like Stream Labs and stuff like that. So they keep introducing all this shit. I'm sorry, StreamYard, but you still suck it, to be honest with you. You guys need to advance your screen capture so we can show more than one freaking screenshot or one video at the same time, in a sense, and have them out there. So you guys need to grow your platform a lot better and quit having this bullshit now where I can't even share it and then zoom it in. So StreamYard, like I said, I told them, you guys need to give me some freaking money back for this crap because it's bullshit. But anyways, hi Cottager, how are you? You want to be a couch potato too? Yeah. Wouldn't you want to be a couch potato too? Be a potato. I was like, I think it comes off of, I keep having the Dr. Pepper commercial in my head. Wouldn't you like, or isn't it? Which one? Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? Be a pepper, drink Dr. Pepper.
You're funny.
But I need one for myself called the bed potato because I'm a total bed potato. My husband says, "Oh, you're vertical today? That's amazing." Like whenever I'm not working, and I'm usually like lying in my bed with my iPad the rest of the day, and he's just like, "Oh, you're vertical today? Eh? Oh, how far did you make it?"
A vertical potato.
Yeah. Okay. So in this post, Kate, we'll get into this, but this is like one of Daniel's, besides his latest crap, right? Daniel, he is a total deflector of the truth. And it's just, to me, okay. There's two things I got to say here. There's the Daniel clown and Joker party going on here. And then there's Jack and Lily missing. Okay. So don't misconstrue the seriousness of Jack and Lily. And then you have Daniel, who literally looks like an absolute clown on how he's portraying himself. And the thing is that this man cannot stop talking. And the more he talks, the bigger his Titanic ship just sinks. Like, honestly, it's to the point of, like, internally, I'm so angry that this bullshit is going on with the case, because it's just so transparently clear about what happened to Jack and Lily. And the more Daniel talks, the more guiltier he looks and the more stupider he looks and stuff like that. Stupider a word? If it isn't, it is now. And Malaya's bullshit. And I'm just so over that stuff now. It's like, okay, you know what? got the information that I need, type of thing. Now it's just like, yeah, you know what? There's nothing at all that Malaya or Daniel could even offer me at all, talking or not, that any credibility is all gone out the window. Just gone, gone, right? So
Yep.
yeah. So when it comes to the credibility, whoops, of those two, and Janie, right? Janie, you old hag bag, just shut up with your stuff as well, because honestly, it's going to come to fruition at some point when the evidence is gathered, and then the truth comes out. Then it's a matter of time. So why Daniel keeps trying to make us, like, to try to get us to believe him is just such a joke, because it's going to be the evidence, dude. It's going to be the evidence against you and all that stuff, and your bullshit and Malaya's bullshit and Janie's bullshit and whoever else's bullshit in there, that's going to come to fruition, in my opinion. Do you agree?
Yeah, I do, and I also think that it could possibly be when they find, if and when they find the children, Jack and Lily. I think that maybe the evidence will be shown on them, possibly on how they passed away. One of them.
Right. Absolutely. Right. And that's just it. Is that, whether both children suffered any intake of drugs or abuse, or a bashing or something like that to the head and stuff like that. Thank you, Shannon. I know that you're going to an appointment, you said today. Shannon's everywhere. She's like Clutch Them Pearls. She's everywhere. She's always keeping up with the Joneses, for sure. And a lot of you guys are. And this is what it's about. It's not about Daniel, Malaya. It's about Jack and Lily. What happened to Jack and Lily? Where the truth lies. And cut the bullshit, basically, of it, right? We've listened to a ton of crap coming out of Daniel's mouth, Durwood's mouth. Lately, Jordan Geddes is adding himself even more to the mix, making himself look like a bigger fool, if he didn't already. Actually, Jordan just should have stayed out of it, really. But now he's bringing himself, calling people a bunch of effing C words, telling them to suck his D, did a live or something on Facebook, then took it
Disgusting.
down. Yeah, absolutely. Every message, pretty much. And then you wonder where he gets that from. He gets that from his good old pappy, Durwood, Dickwood, whatever, right? I mean, the apples are not falling far from the tree here, guys, at all. Jordan is just showing that his mouth is just like his father's mouth, right? Just angry, just idiotic, make themselves look like, bigger douches than they already do. But Jordan, sorry, dude, now you're just adding yourself to the fire again. And, right. And, probably Jordan is one of the very few people remember, Daniel's the greatest. Daniel Austin. Yeah. They're probably sitting there freaking loading up their pipes going, yeah, dude, you're the greatest. You want to pass them out? Fuck off, and stuff like that. But anyways, and then you got Janie and Daniel that are like two freaking peas in the pod right there. Like, seriously, you want to talk about issues and growing up in life? Just have Janie as your mother, I mean, we've even seen Earl with his anger going on towards Tint there as well, but he hasn't, spoken up as much, but he's been doing all these freaking posts and taking them down and stuff like that. You guys are Looney Tunes. You guys are all fucked up. I probably think that the same person is Justin out of them all, to be honest.
I couldn't imagine having Earl and Janie as your parents. Oh my God, that would be a travesty. Seriously.
Well, I'll tell you, it gives you a bunch of insight about how fucked up an individual can become, like, because it's nurture and nature, right? But anyways, so it's kind of like this whole case has turned into an absolute circus, and Daniel and Malaya can be thanked for all this crap, to be honest with you. And but anyway, so this post here, I'll go to it quickly. I think I have to do it from behind here. 1 second. Okay, so it's Sharon Woodfine says Daniel I think she meant to say Daniel Martell. You're not intimidating anyone here. I've said it before. Listen to yourself, your own words, watch your own expressions. When talking about the case, there is a lot of BS flying around, but not from thousands of people around the world more concerned about the two precious babies. By the way, before you call people morons, look at yourself. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. But anyways, Daniel Martell, right? Because he just can't shut his mouth. Actually, this is complete bullshit. Major crimes would know by map data collected off me and Malaya's phones and the secondary method, final location, blah, blah, blah. Major crimes could see them, our phones, pinged off which cellular tower and time of connection to that said tower. Well, again, let's just go back to, I mean, can you even believe one word from Daniel's mouth regardless at all anymore at all, right? How many of you guys can believe Daniel at all?
Yeah. At this point, we cannot. And, I don't think RCMP can believe anything. I don't think anybody can believe anything when it comes to Daniel, to Daniel himself.
I was going to say. But anyways, we'll get back into that. So do me a favor, Zach. Go ahead. So you said you had lots to say about, this case the other day again. So yeah. What you got going on yourself there?
So the other day, I had stated that I thought Daniel would be coming out with an interview soon.
Wait a second. One sec. Sorry. If there's anyone in chat here, okay, I don't know. Please stop. Let Zach speak. He is very good. I don't know if anyone's going to come in here and shit on my channel. Okay. It's my goddamn channel here, right? Zach will have tons of time to talk. You are not in control of my channel at all. Thank you very much. So either stay or get the fuck out of here. That's all I got to say. Zach will be spending tons of time talking, but we're going to say it's my channel over here, just like I would respect anybody else's channel for them to say whatever they want. So if you're new here and you don't know the rules, be respectful or get the hell out of here. Simple as that. That's the way we run here. Okay. All right, let's go.
Yes, and guys, we're just getting started. So, we're only 20 minutes in. Give us some time. We're going to get started, and we'll both have plenty of time to speak. This is Sunny's channel, so she's going to run things how she does. But as I was saying, the other day, I had a live, and during it, I had this overwhelming feeling that Daniel would be coming out with an interview soon. Well, that following, I think, night or the day after, DT came out and said that he had an interview with Daniel. Well, then we had that video come out, and it wasn't really an interview. It was more of like him asking Daniel questions and whatnot. And I think most people saw that. However, I do think Daniel's going to come out with an interview very soon. I think that he's going to want to refute these claims of the child abuse and how he was treating Jack. And I think we're going to see an interview with him soon. So that's one thing I think we should look for in the future. I really think he's going to come out with another interview soon.
Oh, absolutely. Guaranteed. Right. Honestly, Daniel cannot stop. So whenever those documents, whenever more information comes out, like I said, it's neither of them will look good at all. They don't already. But if somebody wants to put the nail in their own coffin, wait till those documents come out. He's going to try to get ahead of it, as always, Daniel fashion.
Yep. He's definitely going to try to get ahead of it. And I'm curious to see what Malaya does, if anything.
Oh, I don't see her doing shit all, to be honest with you.
Oh. Yeah, she might stay just like she is. And I wonder if her lawyer is the one that's making her stay completely silent, or if she just herself doesn't want to say anything.
It's herself. Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. So I was going to say, so take the floor here, Zachy. What's your thoughts? What have you been thinking about or coming across, or again, Zach, before we get started, for anyone that doesn't know, just explain exactly what it is you do and, that you're in the United States as well.
Yeah, and so no worries, guys. So yeah, I'm in Boston, and I've been doing remote viewing for over 12 years now. And I never thought I was going to make a channel. However, a few months ago, I was talking to somebody named Jasmine, Crazy Cat Tarot, and she basically told me that I needed to make a channel. So she gave me the boost of confidence I needed to actually create one. So
Mhm.
I've been doing videos now for a little over 3 months, and the main topic that I was covering in the beginning was Jack and Lily Sullivan. That was the main case that really struck me and wanted me to do videos. And so the first remote viewing session that I did on Jack and Lily, and this is how I do them. I pick a target, and the target, obviously for this case, was what happened to Jack and Lily Sullivan. And so when I pick a target, I then connect with the energy surrounding the target. And in this case, it would be Jack and Lily Sullivan. And immediately I was struck by how much yelling was going on in my first remote viewing session on Jack and Lily. And it was not only Lily screaming, but it had Malaya and Daniel. And the only person that wasn't was Jack. And I must state, this is only my opinion. And once I did this remote viewing session, this was before I even made my channel. And once I did this, I realized, okay, this case needs to be looked at in an entirety. And then I started creating my channel. And ever since then, I've been doing remote viewing sessions, all about people that are involving this case. And I do other cases, a lot more remote viewing on other cases, and I connect with the energy of the people that I'm trying to target. And hopefully within that, I can bring clarity to anybody that is trying to view these cases, the families. I hope to bring justice, and that is my goal in entirety.
Yeah. And the sincerity is why I was attracted to your channel. I just look for people that, again, that when they're covering the case of Jack and Lily, that it's people that are grounded and doing it for the sense of the right reasons. And so, like I said, I'd come across your channel, and Zach's channel was like very small, and from it, and he's at 800 subscribers, aren't you now, Zach? What are you at? Yeah,
I'm right right around there, and it's only been about 3 months.
Yeah, so let's get him to 1,000. The goal is 1,000 right now at the moment. So if we can do that and help Zach out, I just posted his link again on there. So here, I'll just post it one more time here as well. And boom, 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 boom. Okay. There we go, right here. Okay, guys. So again, if you're not subscribed to Zach's channel, please go help him out, right? Again, if you're following the case and want to get his notifications and stuff like that, hit subscribe, hit all notifications, and help Zach's channel grow. Again, the reason again I was attracted to Zach's channel was just looking at his heart and seeing where his heart lied within doing what he's doing. And we really do follow the same line of thinking. Same with Shannon on there. Shannon, I've watched in the chat for multiple times, and it's not because it's one of those things is that my thing absolutely is at this point, actually, it's not even going to change at all, to be honest with you. My personal opinion, Daniel, Malaya, Janie have absolute knowledge of what happened to Jack and Lily. I'm over that kind of crap about it all and stuff like that, because again, when you've spent 6 months doing it, and Zach and Shannon and lots of others are on the same path, right? Especially as time has exposed Daniel for the, fraudulent liar, manipulator that he is, and sexual deviant as well. Just, again, it's just, I'm so over that part of it. I don't need to talk to Daniel. Daniel can, like when it comes to all that information, it's kind of like when you stack lies, and how many can you stack? But the more he keeps talking, the more he just keeps giving himself away. Malaya's actions are the exact example of what you should never do if you actually truly care about your kids missing. So I always go to what Belinda had said right at the start. For anyone that can leave the property, she knew that her children were not coming back. She knows that her children are gone. And for any mother to be able to do that, then go and take her Facebook down, take off all Daniel's pictures and stuff like that, right? And then play this stupid cat and mouse game of, hide and seek a little bit and kind of come out. So as we see time growing, like still until answers come for Jack and Lily, we're going to keep seeing Daniel try to manipulate people, trying to get him to like his supporters, right? Okay. The supporters that you have, obviously, like I said, probably need to grow a few brain cells on that stuff if they have not seen past his lies and manipulation. This reminds me a little bit of the Delphi case, where it doesn't matter how guilty Richard Allen is and how much evidence that they have, in a sense, that there's these cuckoo clocks out there that still want to somehow give him credit. Give him credit for what? Being a liar? Being a manipulator? He's the one telling on himself the whole time, eh? But anyways.
And Sonny, I must say this, it blows my mind that it's been over 6 months, and if my child or children were missing after this much time, I think my hair would be falling out. I probably couldn't eat anything. I would be a complete mess, and it's been so long, and yet these people are just like, oh, it's another day. It just blows my mind.
Honestly, it's like, oh, let me go fuck someone. Ooh, that should relieve my pain and sorrow. Right,
yep.
Malaya.
Yep.
Right, Daniel. I mean, you guys are this is like was such a toxic relationship. The two of them. One, you got needy. The other one's, it's kind of like got the narcissist versus, the person that thinks that she can fix, and then realizes, whoa, he's too much. Like narcissists, I'm sorry. Those people need tons of therapy, okay, to get past someone like a Daniel out there, but it's just truly a fucked up relationship that's gone on. And exactly like Malaya's actions are not that of a mother at all. Don't even try to sell that crap to me, right? That would be like trying to sell ice to the Eskimo. It's not going to happen. It's pretty transparent exactly to me what's going on here. And honestly, the proof is in the pudding. All we have to do is go back to day one, how it all started out, and how Daniel and Malaya, but mostly Daniel, have transformed it. Enter Dick Wood into the picture, who literally believes that they're on some sort of reserve somewhere because he's delusional. Enter now Jordan Geddes with his, everyone's suck my D and, go, you're an F&C and this and that. And it's just like, it's just so absurdly past Jack and Lily about, really the answer lies, where is Jack and Lily, right? So who's going to give up the information? Daniel?
Nope.
No? Malaya?
Nope.
She's the most likely, but chances are not. So then we have to rely on the RCMP and people that have a heart that literally give two shits about Jack and Lily to bring answers forward, because that's what it's going to take. But
and at this point, Sonny, like you said, I'm over the part where it's like, who did what and who knows what. It's like, we know that those three people know what happened on that property. And if they don't, we know at least two of them know, Daniel and Malaya. And on top of that, the thing that we need to figure out now is where Jack and Lily are and where the evidence lies.
Right. Absolutely. Now, I do want to touch on a couple things quickly from the Drunk Turkey show. So did you watch it at all, the Drunk Turkey show that day?
The one where he was talking about what Daniel said to him and stuff?
Yeah.
I watched about half of it.
I watched less than that. I watched probably the first 20 minutes, and then honestly, I just couldn't watch it anymore because for the first part of it, I really felt like DT was kind of stumbling over his words a bit, because everything he kept saying, and please, Drunk Turkey, Daniel, please take no offense, but when you're watching it back, like I was watching that part just before the live, and everything he kept saying was, well, Daniel told me. But it's almost like you could see DT's like almost like trying to come up with the words like, oh, it's, Daniel's taken, so, freaking whatever it was. What was the courses that Daniel was taking?
The
criminal. Right.
Yeah.
And stuff. And like that he's trying, you could almost feel like DT rolling his eyes at that shit too. Like, yeah, Daniel, as if you're gonna help major crimes by you taking courses. No, he's taking all that shit. It's right, just like the Brian Koberger case, okay? Brian
Yeah.
Koberger taking his criminal. It's the same shit, right? Daniel is just, oh my God, he's just like you. If anyone's just outwardly telling on themselves, it's Daniel Martell. I've never seen someone this stupid in all my life, for someone that literally is trying to take the heat off of him, and he's going way overboard, and what he's losing control of his own narratives. It's like listening to spaghetti talk. It's just like freaking all over, like freaking intertwined like a pretzel and
Yeah,
stuff.
super sloppy.
But when I was listening to John Turkey just on the first part of it, I mean, I think I even found that he probably had a hard time saying what he was saying, and that's why it came off like he was stumbling over his words.
Sonny, I said to myself while I was listening to this, I'm like, and sorry, DT, no offense, but I was like, how can he believe this? I'm like, how can he believe in Daniel? I'm like, what the heck? Because everything Daniel says, I'm like, no. And DT is like kind of agreeing with him. It's like, what the heck?
The thing is that I honestly don't believe. I think as time goes on, I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but I think as time goes on, Daniel's wearing old with all his bullshit that he's saying as well. But one thing he totally had wrong there. I don't know what he meant by this about, okay, so you know how it was said that a tipster tipped in on the first about Daniel and Malaya and Lily and Jack and stuff like that. So what does he mean? He confirmed it was a lie, and then he said that he spoke to this guy. Like, who's that guy? Jordan Geddes? This had nothing at all to do with that. So obviously, where did that even come from? Right?
Right.
Like,
I feel like that was talking about way back when like the RCMP went to Durwoods or something. Like, I don't really know.
Yeah. Well, all I know is that like that information, that's totally wrong. Like, that's like different information. The tipster from May 1st with Jack and Lily and stuff like that. Okay. So for the sake of just that whole thing, he's got that all wrong, all 100% wrong. I'll tell you that right now. So I don't know who, like I said, either he was talking to Jordan or Dickwood there, but either way, that information was wrong. Another thing I come to find out as well, and I just wanted to, I'll put this picture up here quickly, or do I have it already in my thing? No, I think I have to put it up here. Was this? It's just like, yeah. So I had to really stop watching it because it wasn't accurate information. So I don't know who he was talking to, but it certainly was not the person that tipped that in. I'll tell you that much. So that was like a different whole event. And I think that was about, I don't even know, to be honest with you. I think that was like later on but that was totally wrong information. So between him constantly saying that Daniel was telling him this stuff, I'm like, come on. Right. But I swear to God that DT was having a hard time talking, just because every time he reverted something, it was like, well, Daniel told me. That's like everyone right there, right? And then you're watching all those comments get deleted by anyone saying anything again differently and stuff like that.
Yeah, I did that.
Come on now. But anyways, I just had to leave, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it was this one here. I want to show this quickly here. So this picture here is of, guys know KOA, which is AKA Lorda Park. Okay. So if you guys are on Google Maps, you guys will see that, like, you guys know where the fence is. Like, so maybe I should, I'll come back to this perhaps in a minute. But you guys know where like the fence is, because Lorda Park is up from Daniel's house heading towards like the Westville area, right? And so Daniel, DT, kept talking about a camera at Lorda Park, and that, if somebody saw his lights, Daniel's lights in the car, that this camera would have picked it up. Well, guess what? This camera would have actually had to have been working,
Exactly. I was just gonna say it probably wasn't working.
Guess what? This camera's not working, right?
How do we know?
Well, I know, but I'm going to keep that one just to myself because, again, right? I mean, sometimes you have to talk when you're talking to people. You can't necessarily give up exactly who you're talking to. But I'm telling you right now
That's right.
this camera.
You can't give out your sources all the time.
No, as much as I would love everyone to just be transparent like that, right? I mean, again, my thing behind all of this is I look for the information and I work damn hard for my own information. Okay. Excluding Kent, excluding Charmaine. Right. So we each have different individuals that we speak to and stuff like that. But when it comes to myself personally, what I care about most is even if you guys don't know certain information, that I have that information. Why? Because at the end all to be all, I'm looking for answers in regards to Jack and Lily, and not all of it can be shared with you guys, right? And it's just the way it is. Like I said, I do my own work. I talk to people, and I built that trust, and I built all that with people, and I earned that right? So it's not that I don't want to share it with you, but certain things I just can't because it's promises made to the people you're talking to that don't want that information out there. But for me, the bottom line is that I'm myself personally, is that behind the scenes, I work hard to understand every part of this case to see where the truth lies. But you guys, I'm telling you right now, all you need to do is look at Daniel, Malaya, Janie's ass on the property, and you're going to find your answer within those three people. So it becomes to me now, okay, I've heard enough bullshit. I've got enough stuff that I keep hearing, and I'm sure we'll hear more. And when the documents come out, Daniel, Malaya, you guys are fucked. You guys are going to be fucked. That's all I can say. You guys are fucked, right? It's going to come to fruition, right? With all this shit. And, if people still want to buy into the hidden theory, the trafficking theory, that they're lost in the woods theory and stuff like that, absolutely. You know what? Enjoy it. All the power to you on that. I'll stay still on the real train here and look at all the stuff that is mounted that is showing about who's been lying for 6 months and BSing us, who has been the giveaway, like Daniel, Zach, right?
Yep.
When he said when he said to the Globe and Mail, right, that Malay is trying to blame everything on him. Well, she doesn't get in trouble. No, Daniel, what you're trying to say there, because this is Daniel, you guys all know this, Daniel will deflect to everybody else but himself. Remember, everything that Daniel talks about, if it makes him look like he's in a bad light, he's going to try to always stay one step ahead. When he knows shit's coming out, Daniel's always going to stay one step ahead. But Daniel is so delusional, it's not even funny. And this is why when it comes to the whole dog, the inspector, whatever, Reddy and dog narc and stuff like that, that was Daniel thinking that he's doing himself a favor in his own twisted, fucked up mind, because that's exactly where you are, Daniel. Okay. But he's trying to act like that, hey, can you guys believe it? Like trying to get a false confession out of innocent me and all this stuff. No. So I'm just going to let you know what's going on here. Well, again, all of us that have been following the case know full well, Daniel, he's saying it to you because they don't fucking believe you, dude. That's why they're saying that shit to you, because you know the truth. But Daniel has done this so many times. But when he said to, like I said, the Globe and Mail, right, that Malay is trying to blame everything on me. Well, she doesn't get in trouble. No. Okay. The reason, so twist that back, Daniel, to the truth of that. It's because, in my personal opinion, that you did something to Jack and Lily, right? Malay is all part of the cover up of this for whatever fucking sick, twisted reason. It's going to come to fruition as well. But he's so worried about, Malaya not saying anything, and whatever the fuck the reality is of what happened that night into Friday morning, the two are just simply covering up this bullshit. But I personally believe that Daniel was the reason why Daniel keeps outing himself and saying that the family's trying to blame it on me, and that's, remember when he got kicked, like Malaya and that got kicked off, not Malaya, but her family got kicked off the property, and he's like, I don't know. Her family's trying to blame me for, Jack and Lily, and come on, bring out the lie detector test. Come on, bring out the drug test. I mean, come on. All you had to do was say drug test, and you're like, dude, you failed automatically, right? That, but bring out the polygraph. Bring out this. I'm the one that's doing all this. But if you go back to the very beginning, he said he was lying, right? That he was lying so that Malaya didn't get into trouble. No, dude, you're lying so that you don't get into trouble because probably that you're the biggest culprit in this. But Malaya, there's something between Daniel and Malaya's fucked up relationship that happened that night, which both of them basically walked away. She wanted to get the fuck out of Dodge from Daniel regardless, okay? Because he's a fucking sick, twisted, demented, fucking sexual deviant individual. He's fucking sick and twisted, man, right? He's so fucking narcissistic, it's not even funny. So Malaya still, regardless, Malaya still wanted the fuck out of there, get away from Daniel. But she knows the truth. But the thing is that when the truth comes out, Malaya knows that she's just as culpable. And basically they have that fucking whatever, this stupid fucking agreement that they ain't saying shit. They're just going to stick to their story. And, and then basically it's kind of like until evidence comes out to fucking bust up their bullshit, that's what it's going to take. So
they're going to stay quiet between them, and they're going to stay quiet until some type of evidence or the RCMP really hammers down on them and says, listen, we found this or we got this, you need to talk. Something like that is going to need to take place, I believe. And also, one thing I wanted to say is when Daniel was on the interview with one of the news reporters, it was like on the TV broadcast or whatever, he was saying how the lie detector test, like she asked him, how did you feel like before you took it? And he literally explained, basically, when you look up what is a lie detector test, like what does it do? Okay. He was explaining exactly what it was. Yeah. So I think he looked it up and he was preparing to pass it.
Absolutely. Come on. You know what? There's nothing truthful about Daniel Martell. That I do know. You know what? So you can suck it, Daniel, if you're watching this live right now, because, dude, you're sweating. You're fucking knowing that the day's going to come where you're going to get fucking busted for your bullshit. But what pisses me off, like the truest thing that pisses me off is that that these two beautiful children are at the demise of their fucking games. Because they're so fucking selfish. They do not care. All they're caring about is their own fucking asses and stuff like that before Jack and Lily. So who the fuck cares about Jack and Lily, right? Certainly not them. Certainly not.
It makes me want to cry because these two people, Daniel and Malaya, are just some evil people. And then you have two beautiful souls that basically got traded for these two evil ones. It's so messed up. It's just, it's a travesty.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So have you had, sorry, and I haven't caught it, but have you done any remote viewing sessions recently, like in the last week here on them? Because if so, I haven't caught that.
Not on Jack and Lily. The last one I did was on Melody Buzzard. But however, I am going to do one. I think I want to do it on Ron.
Oh, okay. Good one, to be honest with you.
Yes, I think that's going to be the next one. But I was looking up more. I'm trying to get more information about him before I do it, because the way I do it is I try to get, a decent amount of information before I do it. That just helps me on how I do my remote viewings. But I don't know much about him, but I do know about that call. And I think that call that morning was super suspicious.
You know what? I absolutely do too. That's what bugs me about it. So I haven't said really too much about, the Ron thing too much, but it's always sad. Sorry, Ron, Mackenzie, you guys fucking fucked people over there. I'll tell you that much, eh? Is that she sends him a message, something, whatever it was, a video. She sends him something at 6:24, right? And then all of a sudden, like I said, Malaya calls her mom at 8:28. And, what was all that about, Malaya? Because you guys are all sleeping, right? You guys are all in this freaking, obviously not. probably got freaking insomnia. They probably had to stay up trying to cover up their bullshit. Those people did not go to sleep that night. I'm telling you that much. Those people did not go to sleep. But anyways,
none of them.
But then the whole phone call again about not shopping, and then Ron. Oh, you know what? You know what? Kids are missing. You know what? I'm just gonna go into town with my mommy, right? So Ron takes his mom into town, right? So, but what's going to be the excuse there, Ron? Is that you guys weren't allowed to search in the woods? So you know what? Let me just take my mom into town. You know, Jack and Lily are missing. Fuck it for a while. I'll come back in a bit, right? And it's just weird shit like that. And you got Janie going, who, Daniel's trying to portray that, well, Malaya didn't know my mom was going to be home and all that shit. Well, yeah. Well, yeah, you guys both did actually, because you guys know that you guys spent the whole night trying to cover up your fucking lies and bullshit. And that's why your stories don't ring truthful. There's nothing you can do to even convince me anymore otherwise that your timeline is absolute crap. Everything you've said, there's probably some truth bombs in there just so that they can keep their lies straight somewhat. Right? Like there has to be some parts of truth, but even if those truths were taken from another day, right, Janie? Like hearing the kids. Hey, Janie, was it the day before you probably heard the kids, but you're twisting it into the whole Friday shit? And you guys, like I said, it's like watching this story that started off as a certain way. And Daniel portraying like he was the fucking hero that was going out there while Malaya and her family basically were blaming him and left his ass for him to deal with everything. And then it really derived into a conversation with Charmaine and about how Malaya, basically she was shit and he was great and he was awesome. And he basically did everything for those kids. Probably where the anger came from as well, to be honest with you. To me, like something happened to Jack and Lily because of all this like drugs going on that night and anger and a fight. And it just became one of those things that it went so out of control that it turned into probably meth head there, Daniel. To me, in my opinion, taking the lives of Jack and Lily, whether it was one that was from getting smacked around and hit their head, and the other one got smothered. But to me, those children lost their lives that night. Probably to me, in that trailer that this argument happened. Now, there could have been something in between. We don't really know. But Zach, I still get the impression that the children did make it home that night. It's either that or they got into drugs on the car ride home from leaving Jordan's and shit like that, or they were probably in the car. I don't know, but something's very messed up about this whole thing there. But either or, it still comes to me down to absolute lies, betrayal of Jack and Lily, and that these children lost their lives because of these fucking druggies and these fucking liars, because of an argument, because Malaya was going to leave his ass, and shit like that. She get... One sec. Thanks, Lisa on there for becoming a member. I'm gonna do a members live. It's gonna be on Shannon. I'm gonna have to do it on Saturday, because I got tomorrow booked up there for Daphne and oh my goodness, I went to go say it and then all of a sudden I forgot. No, I didn't. Nova, Daphne, Nova, and myself tomorrow night. To be honest with you, I was just losing my breath from probably talking too fast too much. Rickrolled, yeah. But anyways, yeah, like. But in your heart of hearts, do you believe that the children made it home from Thursday?
Yes, I do believe that they made it home. And then I think that between 8 and 11 p.m., I think that's when all of this tragedy occurred. And then I believe from 11 to, I'd say, about 5 a.m. is the cover up, because when Daniel stated that the sun was coming up, that really stood out to me. And like you said, I don't think they went to sleep that morning when Malaya did her interview, when she called. She looked like she had not slept in days. Daniel looked like the same. Daniel looked like a mess. I mean, he doesn't even look like the same person. When you go and compare that first interview in the rain to the person he looks like now, it's two completely different people. You can definitely see both of them were abusing Ruggs, in my opinion. And, even if Daniel cleaned up a little bit now, I bet he's still abusing them. I don't think that he stopped, realistically. Even if he's passing tests, I don't believe he stopped.
Oh. No. Now just quickly, I saw Shannon make a comment about something about she's got some more information, but something about, is she doing a live with you tomorrow or something? Or?
Yeah, so Friday night, 10 p.m. Eastern, we are going to be doing a live, Shannon and I, and we are going to be discussing multiple cases. And I will get back to you guys about all the cases we'll be discussing.
Perfect. Again, the more, you know what, it's really about the awareness. It's about hopefully, and there's some other wicked cases going on and stuff like that, obviously. I still have, even though I probably, there's part of me, I'm not going to lie, Zach, there's part of me that gets honestly really tired of the bullshit of this case, and I still question about covering it sometimes, to be honest with you, because it's kind of like it's at a point where how much more bullshit can you listen to? But yet, my heart of hearts knows why I'm in this, and it's for the reason of Jack and Lily. But really, I'm really tired of the lies and the bullshit coming from Malaya and Daniel, and just the way people like the drama. I'm not into all the drama. I really don't pay attention to the back noise of things. I really don't. I like to stay focused on about what this case is about, Jack and Lily, and the people that are involved with this case, right? So the people that have inserted themselves, so first and foremost, Jack and Lily. Behind that is what I call those pieces of shit parents or step parents, whatever you want to call them, named Malaya and Daniel. The old Hagatha named Janie that lives in that trailer. And honestly, the voice that could fucking just it makes you angry just listening to her, to be honest with you. Even I probably sound angry as I get because I'm so tired of the bullshit of it. It's like,
I can totally understand that, Sonny, because, you cover this case pretty much day in and day out, and you stick to this case, and you're sticking to it because you want answers for Jack and Lily Sullivan, and they deserve justice. And I can totally understand why, you may be getting to that point where it's frustrating. It's, all the drama. You got these rumors that keep coming out, and it's getting to the point where I saw with Summer Wells' case and with Sebastian Rogers, it's getting to that point where there's just a lot going on, but it's a lot of nothing. You know what I mean?
Yes, yeah, and that's the thing. And I used to cover Sebastian Rogers' case religiously all the time too. Barely broke from that whatsoever. Summer Wells was an absolute nightmare right from the get-go. I was going to cover it. I covered it very little. And then once I seen how that one instantaneously turned into a circus act. With Sebastian Rogers, it grew into a big circus act. It didn't quite start off on that level. Jack and Lily, same thing. But it's just that when you are in true crime, you always know how certain things go and how cases play out. When there's lack of information, and there was for a bit with Jack and Lily, then people start getting upset because why is the RCMP taking so long? And then people start going back and they start believing in all these stupid ass rumors and stuff like that. And then like right now, the reason why it's such a circus act is really truly because of Daniel. It's hard not to keep poking the bear at him because he's consistently saying different shit all the time. And I'm first and foremost, after Jack and Lily, every time Daniel or every time people want to believe something, I'm there to tear you down, dude. I'm there to tear you down and fuck your supporters, Daniel, to be honest with you. Seriously, because to any normal thinking brain person, no offense, but it's true. To any normal thinking brain person, when you've watched someone tell different stories, and he constantly contradicts himself, and they want to stand behind the liar and stuff like that. Someone like that tells me that, I'm sorry, but it does tell me that we're your own brain smarts. Because even if you take Jack and Lily out of the picture, is it really hard to see how transparent Daniel is? And from the story that started off this way is now turned into this fucking farce of a joke. And it's because of Daniel. And these
Yeah.
people are going to be like, free Daniel, free Britney Spears, free Daniel from, fuck off. Like, seriously.
It's funny. We have to remember that Daniel, in my opinion, Daniel and possibly Janie are the reason that Durwood had this crazy story come out, because I believe he was told this, and then all of the heat got taken off Daniel for a little bit, and it went into Malaya and the reservation and the kids possibly being there. So yes, Daniel has made this a circus.
Absolutely. So exactly that. Daniel had already said this to Charmaine about believing that Cindy, and he was looking, okay, someone's hey, Deborah, 2 months. Thank you. Like I said, I'll be doing a live regardless, members live on Saturday. Again, for tomorrow, I just want to say Charmaine will be doing a members live with Daleen and with Belinda at 2 p.m. Again, so for anyone that's not a couch potato, just go over to Charmaine's. Let's see, guess I should probably post up her link here. I do got it. 1 second. Let me just go post up the link. For Charmaine as well. All right.
Yeah. Hope Charmaine's been doing good.
Yeah, I mean, thing is, so yeah, just to go back to that for a second. So however long it was ago, Charmaine decided that she wanted to bring up her own channel on, Jack and Lily's case. It kind of is bound to happen because, obviously on as much as you're giving people a voice to say what they want, you're constricted by the same token. Charmaine wanted to be her own voice. I think what, I remember recently on a live that she was doing, I think what I just remember this, and it stood out very clearly, is that she said the reason I quit Sunny's channel is because she regurgitates shit. And I basically wanted to say my own stuff. Now, not gonna lie, I was a bit offended by that comment, not gonna lie.
Understandable.
Just because it's kind of like, in order to even talk about this case, really, you have to talk about bring up the regurgitated shit.
Yeah, you gotta keep saying the same stuff because some of the same stuff is the most important stuff.
So at the end of the day, Charmaine's doing her own thing on her channel. Me and Charmaine, so I will say that when I heard that, I was slightly offended, not gonna lie. But anyways, Charmaine's been doing her own thing. She's been doing her lives in the early afternoon, and I'm sure she didn't mean it to come out that way, but it still did kind of rub me the wrong way hearing it said like that, because Charmaine's not like she won't come on this channel and stuff like that. It's not like me and Charmaine have this animosity of all this animosity and stuff going on. She's doing her thing. I'm doing my thing. We still talk and stuff like that, of course, right? But it's kind of like at the end of the day, is that just like Melissa, when she was covering Delphi, she wanted to bring up her own channel, because I'm all about the power of creating a YouTube channel and being a voice and stuff like that. And Charmaine had been talking about it for quite a while, about wanting to bring up her channel. Obviously, there was that point there where, perhaps, it's like, we do lives, we're talking about Daniel and blah, 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 and stuff like that. And, and then again, she has her own channel. So I just looked at it personally like it was another voice for Jack and Lily, another channel that was going out there. So people can read into whatever they want out of it all at the end of the day. Like I said, me, Charmaine, and Kent have been kind of like, me and Charmaine way before this case, but me, Charmaine, and Kent have always discussed this case behind the scenes and stuff like that. Not as much lately, as you guys see that Kent hasn't been on as much, but my work schedule was mostly 12 to 8 recently. 1 second. Hi, McMac. I thought it was going to
my screen just went black. What the heck?
Oh, did it? I can still see you. McMac, I don't know
Hold
why
on one
it didn't.
second. I'm back.
Yeah, no problem. McMac says, thank you, Sunny, for not letting the story go cold. The hell with haters who never help in any way by bitch at creators who try daily and stuff like that, you know. Um, Again, thank you so much, McMac. This is to me, Charmaine, me, and Kent, and others. Okay, all we're doing is trying to seek the truth for Jack and Lily. Thank you, McMac. It's really that simple. And I know you are. I know a ton of other people are. Some other creators are, and stuff like that. And that's the bottom line of it to me. But if people want to like try to create drama or all that stuff, go right ahead. Bottom line is, I never lose focus. People come and go. I'm very much aware of that. 1 minute, right? Just meaning people come into my life, people go. And it's, if you guys have never read this before, it's called, have you ever heard of this, Zach? A reason, a season, or a lifetime.
I haven't, but that sounds interesting already.
Correct. People come into your life for a reason, a season, or a lifetime, right? So,
oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Absolutely, right? Some people come in for a purpose of whatever. But as for again, going back to Charmaine's channel, Charmaine is doing what's in her heart and what she wants to do. And I love Charmaine very dearly. We have a very strong friendship and stuff like that going on. So I absolutely, even though that little regurgitated part pissed me off a bit, but whatever. I think it was just wording or whatever. But again, it's sometimes I'm not gonna lie, right? Like, I mean, there's obviously a strain on mine and DT's channel. Me and DT have always been good friends, but this case has put a bit of a strain on it, you know, and it sucks because to me, at the end of the day, it's kind of like, yeah, you know, my friends are my friends. It's that simple. You know?
Yeah. And friends can have different opinions or want to do different things, and we still support them, right?
Yeah, yeah. But you know, this case, it's funny how like I said, like with me and DT, it's strained, and I'm not about to add drama to any of that, or he can do his own thing. But obviously this case is really it's really taking a toll on
It's kind of like politics. This case is being like what politics is. It's driving a wedge. Either you're on this side or that side, basically. And it's like there shouldn't be like that because Daniel is clearly lying. Like he's clearly lying.
At the end of the day, again, I know that for me, Charmaine and Ken, and I use us because we're the ones that have a private chat group together that since pretty much the beginning of this case, you know, we've talked to a bunch of different people and stuff like that. So it does seem a little bit weird, and a little bit, you know, because all of a sudden it feels like all the branches are kind of going off this way. Charmaine's doing her thing, you know, and, you know, Kent's going on other lives, like true crime lives and stuff like that. And I haven't had him on as much. And there's for no particular reason, really, besides the fact that I work full time. I don't have time to sit there and look at all these freaking emails and all that different stuff. So when I do have my downtime, sometimes I got to spend a little bit with my husband. That's okay. And then the rest of the time, I'm typically looking up to see what's going on and stuff. My whole thing still, the full circle of it all is this, is Jack and Lily need answers. I'm here first and foremost, always for the missing and the murdered. Friends, I have really good friends. Alexa's in here. She's another one of them, right? And the true friends stay with you, and we support each other, and we can have little tidbit arguments here and there and stuff like that. But to me, those are like so far and in between, because again, it's really about the good friends, and the rest of the people I'll remove out of my life in a second if they're bringing negativity towards me or backstabbing me and stuff like that. Then they just be gone. And then I don't know about you, Zach, but I'm the type of person that I don't look back. It's very rare I'll ever look back. Once I've made a decision, call it stubborn, call it what you want, I don't care. When somebody burns their bridge with me, you're done. You're gone. You're out of there. Because
Sonny, with me, it's like it's very hard for me to make that call of where I'm done with the person. But once I am, there is no turning back for me.
Yeah, we need good cop, bad cop. Absolutely, you know. But anyway, so again, going back to tomorrow. So Charmaine's doing a live with Daleen and Belinda, and all the proceeds from that. Because I did question it at first. I was like, oh, right, like people are going to think of this as like a paywall thing. But then when I talked to her about it, then she was like saying, no, I'm going to turn it on, and it's for control, and all the money that's going to go for it for that particular one is for Jack, for 1 second husband. It's for the donations for Jack and Lily's school and stuff like that. And then I was like, oh, okay. Because there's enough drama, you know, when it comes to money and donations and stuff like that, that it's just, honestly, it's in overload. And I really hate that people make that the forefront of everything. But I'm glad that it's going for a great cause while she does that live tomorrow and stuff for Jack. It's for the kids of Pictou County. So, you know.
Yeah, that's cool. That's good.
So if there's not, what was I going to say? So you have to join, of course, to become a member if you want to watch it. But she said she'll release it out there. But it's just truly nice when people do things for the actual reason of caring. Charmaine's not about money and doing things for the sake of money. I mean, she's done the bench, right? I've donated money for the signs for Jack and Lily. And like I said, but people always want to take away from stuff like that. And that's kind of what I was worried about, because it was behind a member's wall. But hey, it's her channel. She's going to do it her way. And, but just know, you guys, you know, be kind and caring. No need to hate, right? If nobody wants to become a couch potato, they don't need to become a couch potato. But at the end of the day, again, it's really just nice to see that the kids like Lily and Jack needed clothing. And honestly, we're talking about a poor community, right? They didn't have a buddy bench up until Charmaine and Ian made that buddy bench, you know? And now a lot of kids get to enjoy that. So, yeah. So anyways, so with that, my husband wants to obviously come in and say, give me food or something. I don't know. So go on with whatever.
I got you.
Stuff.
Yeah, no problem with that. So another thing that I'm going to be doing very, very soon is releasing my remote viewing session on Ron. And I know people are going to be very interested in hearing about this. And I am going to be very excited to give you guys the results, because what I try to do is I try to target the people at the time that I am most, we'll call it concerned for lack of a better word, or suspicious on. And we don't know much information on Ron. It's kind of like how people are asking me to do a remote viewing session on Daniel's brother. And I know a lot of other people have been asked that too in the remote viewing circle, we'll call it. And I don't know. I don't feel the need to do it on Daniel's brother. A lot of people ask me why, but I just don't think he was involved in the disappearance. However, maybe after I do the one on Ron, I'll see about doing the one on Daniel's brother. But tomorrow night is going to be interesting, discussing the different opinions and different results Shannon and I have gotten on the Jack and Lily Sullivan case. And so those are the next things I'm going to be doing in the remote viewing sessions. But other than that, there will be other cases I'll be covering, but mainly I'm focused on the Jack and Lily case as always, and that is going to be at the forefront. Just like Sunny said, sometimes it's very frustrating, and it can get that way, especially when we're hearing things that, you know, basically we can't do anything with. We need more information on the evidence. We need more information on where Jack and Lily are. And I'm going to try to do my best to help with that during these remote viewing sessions. The location is the most important part at this time. If we can find some evidence, then maybe we can get some charges pressed on one of these two individuals. I still think that suspect A1 and, you know, B has to be Daniel and Malaya, and then Janie is the third. And just like Sunny said, I believe all three of them know what happened. Maybe Daniel twisted the story a little to Janie. However, I think Janie knows in her heart of hearts. And she said in her heart she thinks Jack and Lily are still alive. But I know in her heart she was lying when she said that, in my opinion. Because she must,
100.
yeah, she must know what happened. Yeah, exactly. 100, like exactly, Sonny.
100 on that one, Zach. Absolutely. Every time I hear that part of the interview, I'm always like, come on, Janie. You're alive, man. Just like my son's innocent. For me and my dog. My dog has to suffer through all of this. Fuck off, Janie. But it's just honestly, every time I hear her say that, I'm just like, you don't believe that, Janie. Come on now. God, just yeah.
Same here, 100%.
Yeah. Now, so I'll bring this up quickly as well. Now I do think that Ninchi bringing up that thing on the, about the coordinates there. I do think that that's something that does need to be tackled again. That's on the Lorda Park, that one. So I'm just gonna, I want to bring up, that was my husband going, I'm going to Shoppers. Do you need anything?
No.
Okay, if you insist.
What you getting?
I said I wanted hoops. I love hoops.
Nice.
Like Fritos hoops or whatever they are.
Yeah, and, those are good. Those are pretty good.
I like those little barbecue suckers. Yeah. Sunny,
oh yeah.
I'm being bad. Now I am. I'm always good, and sometimes I gotta be bad, but whatever. I'm just like I said. I'm just a YOLO person. I just speak off what I feel and stuff like that, and say what I say. Say what I say. Say what I mean, and that. But some people, it was always fine. I always found it strange whenever a guy I was dating would say, "You're mysterious." And I'm like, nothing mysterious about me, to be honest with you. Maybe, like, I never understood that, right? I'm like, my heart's on my sleeve. What do you mean?
It's so funny that you just said that. It's so funny you just said that. It's a little off topic, but I'll keep it short. Yesterday, I was talking to somebody, and I was like, I was talking to somebody about my high school sweetheart, and the first thing, like, I asked her, I was like, what attracted to you most about me? And she goes, well, you were mysterious. And I'm like, what the heck? So it's funny you just said that.
Yeah, I don't know. I just find that maybe us open people are mysterious, I guess.
Yes.
Or okay. Anyways, you guys shut up. When you guys say that when they're like, you're making me hungry, Sonny. Anyways, okay. So you were talking about Janie saying that, anyways, about the 100%. She knows that she feels like they're alive. Was there anything else you wanted to add to that, or?
Yeah, no, I pretty much said it. I think that just that in her heart of hearts, I believe she thinks and knows that what happened to Jack and Lily. I think she knows they're not coming back. It's sad to say, but
well, their timelines suck. They don't make sense. None of it makes sense. Again, Daniel, like I said, he's nothing short of a pathological liar, in my opinion. And like, is there anyone that believes Daniel in this group right now of 305 people watching? If you don't believe Daniel, hit 1 as fast as you can. If you think that Daniel's telling the truth, hit 2 as slow as you can, to be honest with you. Just kidding. Is there anyone in here that truly believes Daniel Martell? At all? Like,
honestly, if you honestly do, let us know.
Yeah, because then we'll razz you. No, just kidding. Well, no. It's just that, again, for me, I'll stop Daniel in his bullshit tracks every time I get a second to do so. Why? I don't want personally people to keep trying to twist his bullshit into truth and stuff like that. So if I got shit to back it up, absolutely, I'll pin his ass to the wall every single time, because it's just ridiculous. Like, Jack and Lily is at the point of this entire case about answers for Jack and Lily. Okay, Daniel's going to deny any sort of abuse to Jack and Lily, Malaya. Oh, in fact, because remember that whole post that, oh, Malaya was the abusive one to me. Dude, again, like, he's going to be the biggest embarrassment to himself, let alone to Jack and Lily. And I just cannot stand watching this bullshit continue with Daniel's crap, and just knowing full well that these people absolutely had everything to do, in my opinion, with Jack and Lily's disappearance. And at the root of it all still stems, like, even if they tried to sell you the bullshit, Melissa's like, duck too.
Yeah.
But it's just, again, at the root of it all, even take away anything past that first day in the morning, they're literally admitting to the fact that they were lying in bed with Meadow, could have gave two fucks about getting up at close to 10 in the morning, and that the children are, well, no, right, they don't even know which child was sick, because you only really hear about Lily. Then Jack, there's nothing about Jack being sick and having a cough and a cold, but I'm sure at some point, if you probably went back to the start again, you'd probably hear that, yeah, Jack was sick too, and blah blah blah, and it's just morphed into all of this. Anyways, thank you guys. So I let me put it this way. I don't think that most people would be here if they actually believe Daniel, be watching this channel.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good way to put it, Sonny. Same with mine, honestly.
Yeah, and then go ahead, please show us the inside of this trailer with no closets and stuff like that. Go ahead, show us the lock on the door that Lily had, that Lily woke you up. I can't even get into all that stuff. So but the bottom line here with me at all is, where is Jack and Lily? Okay, how far could Jack and Lily truly, how far could Daniel truly have gotten that night? And the only thing we can take from this is what Brad has talked about, what Justin has talked about in the documents, and what Brad has talked about, separately and stuff like that. Now, you're under the impression, are you still under the impression they're in Cape George?
Yes, but I will say this, like what you just said about how far could he have gotten that night. I would look at it like this. I don't believe he could have went anywhere farther than 2 hours out. So anywhere farther than 2 hours out and back, I would check. Basically, that's what I would do if I was the RCMP. I still do believe Cape George, because it's about an hour, and I think that's reasonable.
But if the vehicle was heard between 12 and 5, because we have to at least put that into consideration, about 12 and 5, right? So ain't no 4 trips happening at all between 12 and 5. If one of them is over, like, basically 2 hours long, like, that's nothing. So basically, Brad said that the vehicle never left his earshot, right, that night. Now, again, it's because we don't have any information, so that's the best information that we kind of have to go off of, right?
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like, and I know that there's a lot of people that don't believe it's that far, and I am one that I don't either. In order to get that far, to me, then the children would have had to have been placed somewhere and then taken at some other point to get that far that night. But so if I look at it like it's a plan and it's a cover up, and that they have to come up with a story and stuff like that, I still personally believe that they're going to be within that 20 minutes of anywhere to do with where Jack and Lily are, myself. So in my head, I struggle to understand for Cape George how, in kind of like this maximum of a 5-hour window, and that's maximum, how that this 2 hour and something trip could have happened on top of having to bury the kids, and then come back. It just doesn't make sense to the timeline, is all I'm saying on that one, Zach, to what we know.
Yeah, I have a question. with what Brad said, what time
Yeah.
did he say that final trip back was?
He didn't.
He didn't.
No.
Did he say what time the first trip was?
Mm-mm. He said after.
Man. So let's just say hypothetically, Daniel did these trips between 12 and 2. We'll say maybe these trips happen between 12 and 2 a.m.
I'd say 5 still, because he's the one that said, Brad's the one that said between 12 and 5.
12. Okay, so sometime between so he's saying that the last trip could have been any time between 12 and 5 back in. So
the last one would have been obvious. So if he's giving 12 to 5 as the basis of these 4 trips, obviously the closest time around would be close to 5, somewhere around 5, maybe 4:40, maybe 5:20.
What feels like wrong to me about that, and this is the first time I've ever thought about this, but I feel like how could the vehicle not have gone out of earshot? Because if that was the case, then the RCMP should definitely be able to figure out what happened. Because this is the part that I struggle with. If they had only placed Jack and Lily, let's say maybe 30 minutes out, then I just don't see how they can't figure this out. What strikes odd to me is the only way I feel like they could get away with this is if they took Jack and Lily somewhere extremely far out. Because I don't see how they could be so incompetent to not be able to figure out if they're only like 20 to 30 minutes away. But they could be. They could be only that far away, and maybe they're just not looking in the right direction.
Well, that's just it. When you look at that map, right? That map basically goes from the pink blanket over in that whole direction. I'd have to pull up that map again, right? Like the map is basically kind of all veering from Daniel's house, and they checked Yak, KOA, places in there, but it's all kind of veering off to the west there, a ton of it. Not so much. They got 7 cameras from the Melissa Scott's and whatever other little footage that they got as well to this. So I can never trust that, no matter how much drone technology, because you think of the Nicola Bully case. Just think of that case, right? With all the technology that they were using, the searchers, the divers, the drones, that's all that stuff. Nicola Bully's body ended up being found by a psychic medium on February 19th, I believe it was, right? Wasn't it February 19th?
Look into that.
Yeah.
What was, hold on, Sonny. What was the name of this case?
Nicola Bully.
How do you spell that first name?
Nicola, so just like Nicole, but with an A.
Okay. Nicola.
Bully, Nicola Bully, right? So
yeah.
So I have a hard time. Okay, so for instance, the video that Ninchi, so everyone probably, I don't know that everyone listened to it, but Plunder, I always got to plug Plunder because she's the one that gave us all that audio from the search that day. Now, Ninchi has put out a bunch of the recordings from the scanner radio and stuff like that. But the one thing that Ninchi picked up on was the fact about on the KOA. And I'll show you where it was actually. Here, let me take us off the screen for a minute. Let me even take the banner off the screen for a second here. Okay. Okay. So let's see here. Let me just go here. Okay. So this is obviously the KOA, what's AKA Lorda. Okay. The gate that I'm talking about with the camera, by the way, is right here. Right. So Danielle from the Drunk Turkey Show said that the lights would have been seen by this camera. But from what I know, and I would consider my source very credible, is that this wouldn't have been working, this particular camera. But the spot is right here. Okay, so this is the spot basically right here. Let me just pin it. Okay, it's like the coordinates, right, are about right here for that. So I'm just I'll put that as I'll just put it as coordinates. If I spell that right. Okay, so anyway, coordinates. Okay. So on that scanner radio from Ninchi that she had played, it was that they had basically talked about seeing a couple of heat sources here, right? But what happened there is that person, whatever, flying the drone or whatever, is saying like right there, like like you're heading the wrong way. Wait, no, go back this way. Da da da. But it was almost like it was like, oh well, we don't see anything. So and then they just kind of moved on, and it's kind of like, okay, like, so that definitely to me is something that needs to go be looked back at, because you can like the whole conversation was like, well, yeah, I'm seeing some heat sources here, and they're like, well, we don't see anything, and da 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 da, and then it's just kind of like, oh well, and then they just move on and start going elsewhere. So that one truly to me needs to be looked back at again in this particular area, because that one was didn't come across like it was fully completed. Now there's a couple wells over in this part of the land as well. Is that a well right there actually? Or is that just a delusion to my eyes? But anyways, there's some wells over on this property here, right? But I just think that one totally needs to be looked at again. Also, my thing is this: is that if there's no cameras going up, like if there's no cameras that are going up here or around here that are actually catching Daniel in his vehicle, because I do believe that. So now Brad says within earshot that, like he said, even if the vehicle stopped, it was never without it's like it started back up again, and then could hear it. And so I have to at least take his information with the most, because of the fact of he's a neighbor. He obviously would know, or Justin would know, of a vehicle movement in the area. And so to me, it would be something where Daniel's vehicle or whatever would not be on, unlucky, but not be on any cameras, because the cameras weren't working in this home here. And other than that, right, I think Brad has camera on his house, and he has more, obviously, after this whole bullshit and everything like that. But there's no cameras in this home. There's no cameras here. So if that camera is not working there, he kind of has that run of whatever. So I don't know. It's just, it just seems that in the time frame that, and again, it's Brad's words, but I do believe that Brad, that definitely, because he never really cleared up exactly the 4 trips, but we had heard about the 12 to 5 time frame, but it hasn't been consistent information. It's just been trying to understand what fully he meant by these 4 trips.
I'm starting to think that he might not even know what time it all happened at. You know what I mean? Like, I find him completely credible, but I'm starting to believe he might not know what time it happened.
Well, that's just it, right? Because for me personally, all I ever want is, okay, like if you're saying 4 trips, tell me about those 4 trips, right?
Yeah.
Did the first one go towards the Pink Blanket? Did 2 others go towards McLeod? And like, so I'm left with a foggy brain on all of this, because nothing was ever fully cleared up. So
Me too.
Yeah, he said he didn't really want to talk anymore about it, because because he was in the chat, him and his wife, right, Mary, and but then the trolls get strong and people start getting a bit scared, and because they got kids and stuff like that, and so I didn't bug him again after he said that, right?
Yeah, I get that.
But I am left with the confusion of what about these 4 trips, right? Because I feel like those are very important details, like meaning if there's going to be 4 trips at nighttime and Justin heard one of those, or at least whatever, like, so to me, that's very important information to give us an idea of where Daniel was going to, right?
Yeah, it's extremely important to me.
Like,
And I believe that that place that you marked should be checked over again, because if there was a heat source there and there's wells around there, why not check it again?
well, it's just absolutely, I really truly hope that, so Bring Me Home is going to be coming in 2 days. Please bring me
Nice.
home. Hey.
Nice.
So who knows if anything will derive from that, whether it's another piece that, like, I do feel like Daniel spent his night planting stuff, like planting the blanket, possibly planting the boot print. I feel like his night was about planting shit as well during those trips, right? To take away from himself and Malaya. And that's where, I think that this all really comes from, is that a situation happened on the property. A really horrific accident, not accident slash whatever. I just think that something really horrific happened that night, absolutely. And then it just became about Daniel trying to get ahead of everything. And because to watch his stepfather act the way Daniel does is kind of ridiculous. Like, you don't ever really see cases where the stepfather is so this invested, especially when the mother's left, and then he's trying to act like that he loved these children to pieces and that he's fighting for them and Jack and Lily. No. I think what Daniel's been trying to do from the get-go is, obviously he knows that he's guilty. He knows what happened that night with him and Malaya, in my opinion. And it's been nothing but a diversion from the get-go. And the blanket, to me, is like one of the biggest key things that really gave Daniel away on top. Like, and then as time went on, then it just became about his inconsistencies and adding of information and always trying to insert. It's like someone trying to, like, put the dots together along the way because they need to kind of justify this time frame now. And the thing is that he doesn't remember all of his lies. So those lies are really catching up with him now. And it, like I said, Daniel was called in again, right? It was, someone said 2 times, but there's a reason for all this, right? And it's not because Daniel is cleared. It's not because they're cleared. So, I'm not under this impression that just because the wording comes out in a statement that Daniel and Malaya and stuff and that are cleared, clearly not, And so, yeah, Daniel's portraying that, hey, you know what? I mean, he's portraying everything but that he had anything to do with it, of course. But if his narrative doesn't work this way, then he starts pulling this way. Then he starts saying, no, I'm not accusing Malaya now, even though he was accusing Malaya and her whole entire family. There's nothing at all to back that up. The whole hidden thing, there's nothing to back that up at all. And it's just been all based off lies, Daniel's lies. But the thing is that it's just really all coming to bite him in the ass, like all of this. And I just, go ahead.
It is pretty strange, like what you said about how, like, a step parent is acting, and they weren't even married, right? And so also, like, it's almost like, okay, Malaya leaves, so Daniel now has to cover for his entire part in this, and he has to overact because now she's gone, and it's almost making him look even more guilty because of how much he's overacting about this,
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's the thing, right? Like I said, I said to my twin sister the other day, what's really frustrating is when you can clearly see the objective, the game playing, the narcissism, the lies of Malaya, the way that she's been representing herself, let alone what her own family thinks and stuff like that. With regards to her acting like there's not even 2 children missing, her manipulation of please bring me home bullshit and stuff like that. When you see a picture as clear as day and you just think that everyone else should kind of see it that same way as well. And so you try to just keep pushing for, like, come on, you guys, who's not seeing this? It's clear as mud. So it's right. So it's one of those things that's very hard when myself I see this very clear picture of all what's happening, and it's so laughable what Daniel is trying to portray, and yet people have a hard time sometimes, and they want to believe anything that that man says anymore at all. Or you can just take everything he said, chuck it out the window pretty much, and realize what deceptive manipulation he's trying to pull. And I just find it a joke because it's the RCMP that are going to nail his ass and Malaya's ass and anyone else's ass to the wall when this all comes to fruition. So he can, to me, keep trying to sell himself all he wants. But Daniel, dude, your lies are going to catch up with you and you're going to be a fucking laughing stock, you know? And yeah, so it's just hard when you kind of, you can very much read people and you just want everyone else to see what you're seeing. You know?
Oh, yeah. I was actually talking to one of my friends the other day, and they were saying that this must be extremely hard for me because I can see like the pieces of the puzzle, and I'm telling people about them. And it's hard when I make tips to like law enforcement agencies, and they don't take it seriously because it's coming from somebody who's psychic. You know, I think in the future, a lot more agencies are going to start working with psychics. I know some do, but I think in the future it's going to be way more prevalent because more studies are coming out about how like we're interconnected and stuff. And I think that's going to end up being something that drives forward investigations. And it is tough when you can just feel it, you can sense it and see it, but not everybody else can.
Just sitting here trying to look at my posts as well that people are sending. Melissa, we'll drop Zach's link again. Have you moved up any subscribers since the live started?
I'm not sure. You guys will have to fill me in on that. I think I was
I gotta get the other one.
I think I was at 780 when I started.
Oh, is that what you were at? Okay.
780. So.
Yeah. Again, if you haven't subscribed to Jack's channel, I'll post the link again for that one. Boom.
I'm gonna go for about 2 hours. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna I'll pull up Melissa. Are you gonna be doing a live later there?
I don't know. I don't think so, unless it's really late.
What are you going to go do? Tell me. Tell us all.
So after this, I have a great night planned ahead, and that is going to consist of getting into pajamas and going to bed.
Well, I guess it is 3 hours difference over there on there, but Zach, always a pleasure, dude. And I know you're doing your, like I said, a bunch of lives and covering some, like I said, some other cases there with that poor little child. Now, do you hold on, Melissa? I haven't watched any of your Melissa Buzzard. Is it?
Melody Buzzard. Oh,
Melody. Sorry, my bad.
Wow.
Is she alive or dead?
At this moment, I still think she's alive, but I'm starting to really worry. I actually had so I never ever dream. I only remember about 1 or 2 dreams a year. And this morning I woke up and I slept great last night, but when I woke up this morning, I instantly woke up and it was like one of those when you wake up in a panic. And it was because I had a dream about Melody. And basically the dream was telling me that, we only have a week to find her. So I feel like time is of the essence with her. And I feel like if they don't find her by the end of this week, I feel like something bad is going to happen to her. But at this time, I do feel like she's still alive.
Yeah, my gut instinct here was that she is alive somewhere, but I haven't paid attention enough to the case. But just kind of the bit that I watched yesterday, I'm like, this one has hope still. This one has hope.
The case is pretty crazy, though, because, the mother drove 20 hours one way, and she switched the plates to New York plates along the way. So it is pretty fishy.
It is fishy for sure, but this one at least has some hope behind it still at this point.
Yes, there is still hope, and I'm glad for that because, case after case, we see these just horrible outcomes. So I'm praying for a good outcome.
Yeah, they're usually not good outcomes, but But we'll pray for a good outcome for there. But anyway, Zach, go hop into your pajamas, and thank you for joining the live, of course, tonight.
No
Let's see.
problem. Thank you for having me.
Oh, I'm just glad we got through it without that echo coming back and stuff. So sweet.
Me too. And if anybody has any questions before I get off, feel free to ask me.
Oh, hey, Melissa.
Oh, is she on?
I have one.
Yeah.
Is this Melody Buzzard? Is this like the little 8-year-old I think she was that went missing?
Yeah.
7, I think.
Yeah, I think she's 9, and she went missing from Santa Barbara, California. And she's possibly in Utah at this moment.
How? Whoops! Come on.
Oh wow.
Now.
Okay. Yeah, I knew I had seen that name. I see so many cases that I wasn't for sure that that's the one you were talking about.
Yep. But yeah, so I'll let you guys get to it, and yeah, hopefully you guys have a good night.
Yeah, she is 9. Okay, Zach. Later, Gator.
All right.
Thank you.
You guys later.
Thank you. All right, Melissa, it's me and you. All right, let's go. Let's go. So you guys don't forget, Melissa. Melissa, go ahead and explain again about that you've been working so hard on this document. Where did she go? Melissa.
I'm here, but Zach is still up there. I think you removed the wrong one.
Well, I hadn't removed anyone. Well, let's remove from stage. Bye, Zach. There we go. And go ahead. Thank you, Zach. And but go ahead. Tell everyone that, because obviously this document is very time consuming, takes a lot of work. Tell us what you've been adding recently to this document and what this document obviously is for. 1 second. I got to fix my camera because it's kind of blurry.
So with Sebastian, I came in, I followed Sebastian from day one, and I still follow Sebastian. I still talk to my contacts on that. But about 6 months in, I was like, hey, I need a timeline. Like this is getting hard to keep track of. So you're like, I made one. And I'm like, yeah, well, probably not my way. So I made a document for Sebastian. That's all been shared. So now that I'm home again, I said, we need a document for Jack and Lily, like I did with Sebastian. And I asked you if you wanted me to make one. And you're like, yeah. So yeah. I got to work on it. And so there's all kinds of stuff in this. It is growing by the day. So
here, let's make it a little bit bigger as well, just so that people can see.
I'm gonna say, can you take off your banner so they can see it? I don't want to tell you how to do it, but
bossy, yeah.
I know, right? So I do like an introduction. Like I go from day one, and in fact, I go a day or two ahead of the disappearance. So I've gone all the way back to April at this point.
Yeah.
So there's a section for Jack and Lily, and then there's, all the tips and flyers if you want to do that. There's the court documents that are in full. And like I said in chat, I don't know who prepared these documents. You're probably not listening. You need to use spell check and grammar check the next time you write a document, because this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I take things, and these documents I make are all fact-based. I have personally spoken with family on this. So you've got a huge timeline that I'm currently plugging things into now. I had to add the polygraph results section, and this section here, where did they go when, because they can't keep their stories straight. Then you have your media links, and that's like your mainstream media. And if I took a note on it, there's a note section where I took notes on them. Then you're going to have all your social media links. That's where Sunny's going to be Shar, GT, Plunder. I I have Kent in there right now, but I can't figure out how to make the link go to the vigil. So I have Shars on there where she played it. So,
Okay.
Kent, if you could answer me back on Facebook, that would be great. So then you have, I didn't think I was going to have a Malaya section. Like, I really didn't. And so I went through the court documents and I have all of her statements in there. I have a page for her contradictions when I get to that part. The messages section, I added that recently for both Daniel Martell and Malaya. So all the messages are in there. People can look at them, see what was said. Then you've got Daniel's interviews, his statements to the RCMP, his contradictions, his messages, proof that it's a scar, not a scratch on his face. So then you're going to have the Janie Martell interviews and contradictions. And I don't know if I have any messages from her. I recently added Cody Sullivan and Belinda Gray section. Because there's some mention of them. And there's some messages I think that I will probably put in there. I don't know for sure yet. Then I'm currently working as of today. I've been doing this, which is all your witnesses. And I'm going back now and putting all those dates into the timeline. Then you've got a photo gallery, and that has multiple sections again. It has photos of the kids, photos of the house and the woods, the trail cam pictures, other random pictures about this case will be in there. And then, of course, you're going to have the resources page, which is where I give credit to everybody that I've used their information and a link to their pages and all of that. So it's very time consuming. I've had several people ask me, hey, can I help you with it? I love that thought. Thank you so much. But I'm particular and I have a way I want to do it. And this not only brings me up to speed, but it makes it and condenses it to where somebody said something and you can go to it. It's hours and hours of work, and it's not what people think. It's not copy and paste. I'm having to type most of this by hand, especially from the court documents, and from lives I'm having to stop and play and type everything out by hand.
Yeah. I mean, I'll go back to saying and that. Oh, hey, Belinda. See, Belinda's in the chat there. Hey, Belinda. But yeah, so just a huge amount of work. Like, as we know from Sebastian's, when you did that, like, I mean, honestly, there's just so much, Daniel's screenshots, blah, 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 on and on. It's a lot of work. So please give, honestly, like a huge kudos to Melissa for, like, you guys have no idea how much work goes into something like this. Crazy, isn't it? Crazy.
You guys have no idea how many times I message Shar and Sunny and be like, hey, explain, or hey, can we figure this out? Because this ain't right.
Yeah. Just trying to take everything out there, kind of bundling it, most everything, bundling it up into a package and being here. Use this as some resource for just a ton of stuff, right? There's going to be stuff. There's no way you can keep up with all of it. But
the hope is, and I do these for you, and then when they're done, or when they're to a point that we feel, you and I both, that they can be released to the public. Like I said, this is all fact-based, and I back up my information. If this is what was said, this is where I got it, and I tell you where to go look. So when we get to that point, you will release this document, and it will be for everybody. It will be for anybody who wants to go to it. Nobody can change anything except for me and you, of course. But the family can go to it. RCMP can go to it. And with Sebastian, just like with Sebastian, I will, when this is to that point of being released, I will forward this link to the RCMP and be like, if you need it, here's what I've done. if it helps you at all, they will probably not look at it, but I still do it.
Right.
But YouTubers can look at this and everything is fact-based. So all this misinformation that goes out can hopefully
Right.
be quilled a little bit, because all
Right.
of this is information that I've got from family or court documents where I can back it up in some way.
Yeah. Just kind of like Sebastian's, right? It's not about the freaking drama shit and all these, rumors and rumors. It's really just about based upon family stuff and the CBC News and Globe and Mail articles, etc., right? Not. I mean, if it's from messages or that I've screenshotted myself from a Facebook group because it was family members talking again, that's pretty much it. But not the drama bullshit of the case. Not into that. But again, please bring me home. We'll be coming in a couple of days out there. And by the way, Melissa, she's American Justice. That's her channel. And she's out of the United States there, over in Indiana. We covered the Delphi case, and we covered Sebastian Rogers' case. And she's just a really good friend, is what she is. A really good friend that's doing something that I would never do to the extent that you would do this. It's too.
When I tell you I'm going to dig in and make a document, Sonny knows exactly what that means, because it's very detailed. And
I was going
to reply to who's there? Marie Antoinette. I do with Sebastian's, I sent it to Detective Carter. And when this one is ready to be released, I will send it to RCMP, because there may be something in there that they notice that because of the amount of stuff that's said, especially with social media, they can't monitor all that. There's a chance in there somewhere that they may have missed something. So I do forward it to the authorities as well. And you're welcome, Belinda. Thank you for everything you've done. And thank you for talking to me. And like I said, much love.
I'm not really sure what's going on in chat on this one. As long as it's being said respectfully, to anything to Belinda, as long as it's just all being said respectfully and stuff like that, that's fine, right? Belinda's a grown up, so if it's being said if it's not being said respectfully, that's a whole different story. But questions or stuff like that to ask that aren't being rude or offensive, right? That's fine to question things. It's always fair to question things, for sure. So going back to that, so let me know if anything different's going on there, because, like I said, it's a grown up conversation, and stuff like that, and we can all have our opinions about the case, but and our thoughts, right?
So,
go ahead.
Sonny, I'm going to, if it's okay with you, I'm going to put my Facebook in the chat. So if somebody comes across something that you think needs to be in this document, or you want me to look at to possibly put it in here, that they can message me. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
And just know, guys, this is not going to be everything, but the hope of this is, if God forbid we are still in this same spot a month from now or 2 months from now, and somebody is just coming into the case, they can look at this document and go, okay, got it. I know exactly who's who, what's been said, what's been done, and they can catch up really quickly and not go through the hundreds of hours of work that go into creating this, because it really is. I mean, just social media, there's, hours upon hours. You've been covering it for 6 months. Just yours alone is probably 100 hours. Not to mention, Clutch Some Pearls or Dolly or any of them other people that I have to now go through.
Okay. And just to ask you quickly, 1 second, and just to, Dolly's, just to ask you 1 second. So Belinda, is your conversation between you and Lori going on? Is that fine? Is that whatever conversation that's going on there? And if there's one thing I will say though, only because I caught one part of something there. Honestly, if you think that people are ruining this investigation, honestly, unless you're a police officer yourself and stuff like that, honestly, that's just putting 2 cents in about your own personal thoughts. But the only thing that's gonna fuck up this investigation, or not, I should say, or is the sense of like Daniel talking and all that stuff, like putting out some information details. Sure, I'm sure there's stuff that RCMP are like, shit, really didn't want that out there. But they have so much information that they definitely would not let loose. Okay. So if the family members want to talk, yeah, you're good. Okay. If family members want to talk from whatever side, and whether we deem it as truthful or not, let them. They're not harming the investigation, people. They're not giving more insight into the, fucked up life of Jack and Lily is what's going on here. But they have so much stuff beyond what we even know that they would hold close to their vest, right? So, yeah. So I just think that when kind of people start talking like that as if they work for the RCMP or know exactly how it goes and that it could ruin it, that's just really your own opinion about that stuff, really. I mean, only because when you're in true crime and you see this stuff happen in all the cases, yeah, like the thing that's going to be the downfall of this case is the evidence. That's going to be the downfall of this case, right? Is that the evidence that they have and are collecting. But anyways, at the end, okay, what? I just want to ask you, Melissa, you've been constantly putting stuff into this document, and obviously you keep seeing contradictions and different things. So far, what's the takeaway that you're kind of coming to with regards to Jack and Lily, and who is responsible that you feel is responsible, but where are you with inserting all this information, seeing the constant inconsistencies? Where's your brain at now that you're been watching so many things?
So from the beginning, I tried to give Daniel Martell kind of benefit of the doubt, I guess. I played devil's advocate at first. But after going through this, and even if we release it just now, if you go to under Daniel Martell and you look at his contradictions, there's just so many of them. That man could tell me the sky is blue, and I'm going to go outside and look, because I don't trust. I have come to the conclusion, if that man's mouth is moving, he is lying. And he will literally say one thing and 2 sentences later contradict himself. So in my opinion, Daniel Martell knows what happened. I believe that Janie knows what happened. I believe Malaya knows what happened. And I won't go too far into this, but I think there's a good chance that Justin knows what happened. And I have my reasons for that I can't disclose right now. But as far as the bad actor, in my opinion, again, it leads me to think Daniel Martell was the main perpetrator, but everybody else is covering up. And I mean, if I'm wrong, Daniel Martell, message me, because I'm willing to listen. But I fully believe right now, if I was law enforcement and I was able to make an arrest, he would be my first one.
Oh, absolutely. Fine. Strawberry alarm clock. You got me thinking about strawberry shortcake, but absolutely 100 million billion% RA is guilty of Jack. Sorry, I was going to say Jack and Lily, of Abby and Libby. Absolutely. Are you on Are you on the same wavelength, or are you on the free Richard Allen train on that one? But anyways,
Who,
absolutely,
me?
Melissa. No, Strawberry
I was
said,
gonna say we all know what I think about Richard Allen.
yeah, you know, once Richard Allen was named the BG, it was honestly, he told on himself. Just like Daniel's doing. Same thing. Like it's so, it's just so absurd to watch people tell on themselves, in a sense. Like Daniel, he hasn't been convicted of anything, so we have to always remember that there isn't no charges or anything against Daniel Muley and whatever. But in our court, in the Just a Crime and Shame channel, these mofos are as guilty as shit, in our opinion.
And I will say, Sonny, if it comes out,
Yeah,
I won't say if, when the kids are found, and if it comes out that none of the three on the property had anything to do with it, I will apologize. I will eat crow and I will admit I'm wrong.
absolutely.
But based on my personal experience
Still call him a douche,
and
son.
based on my professional experience,
Yeah.
I think they're guilty.
Well, you know what? I'm just going to say it. I don't think I'm wrong at all on this one. I think it's just so transparently there. Come on, right? It's been 6 months. Do we typically see someone playing this game with people when someone's innocent? The writing is so there on the wall, it's not even funny anymore. Malaya's actions, right? Now, these people have a really fucked up, twisted relationship that went on there. Really twisted. And Danielle, come on now. Daniel, why Malaya went to the doctors on Thursday and shit like that. And it's just like I said, when the story kind of comes out, it's just gonna be even more disgusting about what we realize with this case about Jack and Lily's home life and the sadistic, twisted fucking life that these children have been in. Malaya, again, I totally, absolutely still think about when Belinda, that she's absolutely correct when she said when Malaya left that property, she knew the children weren't coming back home. Malaya has lived the life as if 2 children aren't missing. We've heard about her getting dolled up, going out, right? All that stuff, having a new boyfriend, acting like she doesn't have 2 children that are missing. Why? Why is that? Because Malaya knows that these children are not coming back home, right? But she is hiding, and she is using herself to basically let Daniel put himself out there, because Daniel's a control fucking narcissist freak that feels the need that Daniel, that he's so full of his own shit. He doesn't realize, like, he's so delusional to what is being projected by his personality and his traits and his bullshit. Like, I've never, honestly, tell me, Melissa, I've never met such a dumb fucking idiot as much in any true crime case that I can say that Daniel is an absolute idiot beyond repair. Like, he is so dense to his own shit because he's delusional about how he thinks that we're believing him, and yet he's telling on himself all day long, and that's all what's going to keep coming to bite him in the ass. And honestly, when this case kind of comes to an answer, all that shit, all his double talk, all that stuff, it's going to be used against him in a court of law so badly, Daniel, so badly. And for me personally, it's a matter about time and patience of when answers are going to come for Jack and Lily, just because of all these freaking liars here. Go on.
And
What were
I
you gonna
just
say?
want to say, Daniel, I know you're probably not listening, but
No, he's
if you are, let's play devil's advocate here. If you are, let me inform you of something. I was a CO for a while, and I don't know of any officer, American or otherwise, that is going to be your quote unquote buddy when you have two missing children. You want to talk about how you have inside jokes with the RCMP. Honey, let me tell you,
Top dog.
they are not your buddy. They are not your friend. It is not an inside joke. They just want you to believe that so that you will talk. Okay?
Yeah.
Just FYI.
Yeah. Daniel, no, he's too much of a narcissist Patriot girl to delete his Facebook. Honestly. Daniel is on the mission to make us believe that Daniel is telling the truth. I don't know how anyone can even believe that at all by this point. Like I said, you must be on some sort of special drugs yourself if that's the case. But Daniel is on an absolute mission to no matter what, he always thinks that he's staying a step ahead of us, right? But we already know who Daniel is. We already know what Daniel's doing, right? He knows that when the documents come out, he knows that that he's going to be fucked, right? Malaya as well, both of them, right? And then you're going to get a glimpse of what really fucking disgusting tragedy looks like for 3 children living in a home. So Daniel's going to try to get ahead of that game. So when Zach says that he's going to do another interview, absolutely. Daniel's going to try to get ahead of the bullshit, and he's going to try to tone it down a bit. I'm actually, in all fairness, I'm actually amazed how people sometimes like, for instance, with the whole Taylor thing, I'm just amazed how many people actually, that only lasted really a few days. And then he seemed to be off the hook again, and I just don't understand that all you have to do is see those messages that Taylor put out and see what a sick, twisted, sexual deviant that man is on top of everything else. And yeah, he's going to try to combat that. But Daniel to me is just a loose cannon, and he's just sinking his ship every time he even talks anymore. He adds, like, it's just bullshit. Like, I get so lost for words sometimes when I think about all the contradictions that he has done. It's just so embarrassing how many to himself, and yet for us to even keep up with all his inconsistencies is hard, but yeah, Daniel's he's gonna try to
trust me,
to
I know.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Melissa.
I said, you said his inconsistencies are hard to keep up with. I said, oh, trust me, I know. Because it's like, I think that his section of contradictions are almost just as long as his interviews at this point, because the man cannot say anything the same way twice. But, something that gets me, and it's really hard for me. I did it with Sebastian, and I'm doing it now. But it is really hard for me when I make these documents to keep my personal feelings out of it. And not put in there, Daniel Martell smirked, or Daniel Martell laughed at this portion, or that. It's really hard because I want to put in there about his body language, so much so that I have actually sent several of his clips to Dr. G to see if he would review his body language to see if I'm correct.
Oh my God, I love Dr. G. I love Dr. G. And I like Dr. What's his name? Todd. What the heck's his name? Todd Grande or Grand. He's really good as well. He's really good. I just like, again, that's why I'm kind of floored by, like, well, what was it? The 4-panel specialists, for instance. It's when they barely know the case.
Girl, do you have that? If so, can you please send it to me?
Totally cut me off, man. Stop it. Sorry. Yeah. But the the panelists, specialists, and stuff like that.
Are you talking the behavior panel?
Yeah, the behavioral panel, and I love Ashley Banfield, but I really hate it when a story's covered, and even like that Gothic Canada channel, it's like when you're listening to it and you followed this case from the beginning and they can't even get their shit straight. Why? It's because they don't follow it, because they're covering other things as well, right? And so whenever you hear of the inconsistencies, it bugs you somewhat, for sure, because you're like, because these are like not the Gothic Canada channel, but like Ashley Banfield. But when you're putting shit out there, like, you have such a huge audience, and then that audience starts, believing the stuff, even though it was inaccurately said and stuff like that. That part does drive me crazy, because it's like, it's bad enough that we have to try to combat Daniel and his bullshit, and Malay and her bullshit. And then when these channels cover it that don't really follow the case, but they're just doing it with certain information. Like, I swear the Gothic Canada channel, like, I swear to God that they haven't even listened to any of the audio, because if they listen to the audio, then a lot of the stuff that they've talked about on their episodes, they would have known about that it was, and I can't even think of the multiple things. So I really don't, that channel doesn't interest me anymore, because if they're that inconsistent with their information, and yet they have all these episodes. So it is frustrating, because you're already trying to, put out the truth. And then these people don't even know how to do their due diligence or put out, it's one thing to make a mistake or so, but to sit there and listen to their whole entire live, and you're like, well, I guess you guys didn't listen to any freaking audio, did ya? Because obviously we would know where 8 o'clock time frame came from and all this other stuff. And that part does get irritating. That's probably why I probably don't watch a lot of other like things like that typically. But Ashley Banfield had a lot of misinformation as well.
Sonny, that's one of the reasons I do this for you, and I do these documents for you, so that you can get them out. Because if I go right now and I go on YouTube and I type in Jack and Lily, there are so many, and this is, I guess, if I have a pet peeve about YouTube creators, it is the clickbait titles. And, there were a couple things that popped up even on my Facebook today, and that I took a screenshot of them because I thought you were at work, and I sent them to Shar, and I said, please tell me this is fake. Like, please tell me this is not right. And there's so much false information going on. And so these documents, that's why I keep them fact-based, and I keep my opinion out of it, because somebody who's coming in and doesn't know where to turn, because if you just type in Jack and Lily Sullivan on YouTube, so much comes up, but so much of it is false information, and people don't know, who are just coming in, what's fact and what's not.
Yeah. Or
and so this, when it goes out, will tell them what's fact and what's not.
How about it? Shannon said, I'm a specialist office, laughing my arse off. Everyone looking at me. Team Canada. Sunny, you read where RCMP said that the Text Plus apps records could assist to locate missing persons. Yeah, in the whatever page that was of the multiple documents there. And yeah, I remember that. Right.
And that to me is suspicious, that she deleted that app.
Oh, like, yeah, I know.
Why would you delete that?
Of course, right. Like, so the first thing you think to do is, oh, let me go delete the app, that, whatever. I think that's, no, it's, again, it's one of those stuff, but it was 6 months of information and about this case, and just the lies, knowing full well that behind the scenes, hi Mustang, knowing full well behind the scenes that Malaya's actions are not matching that of a mother that feels like her kids are that she's searching for them. Again, it says a lot. it says a lot. It matches exactly what Belinda feels, that Malaya absolutely knew her kids aren't coming back. To watch Daniel consistently try to steer the narrative every which way, but at himself. How many times has Daniel said, like, well, I lied because I was doing it to protect Malaya, that I'm willing to take the heat so that the people that actually did something, are going to get relaxed and stuff. Like, this is ridiculous, people. This is not how cases go that are of truth. This is what bullshit gets you when people are lying, and that we end up here with this twisted case that's become a circus. And then the focus gets off of Lily and Jack. But it really becomes like, throughout all this time, whether it's information that I know personally or that I put out there or whatever, it just really becomes about wanting a clear picture about Jack and Lily in this timeline. Timeline is huge. Brad's information, should it be consistent, is huge about stuff like that. I still feel like that the RCMP at the start, I think that there's a lot of things that they wish they could have redid over again. I feel like they did have to backpedal on certain things for sure. But I also think, by the same token, is that this case lacks the evidence of proof. And that's because of digital data and where two bodies are of Jack and Lily. Because obviously that's very important in this case, especially. You can tell. I mean, they put out 150,000 reward, right? So they need something to happen. They need someone to help them break this case open. It's not going to be Daniel. Chances are it's going to be a hope in hell that it's going to be Malaya. It could be, but it's going to be one of those things, is that maybe at some point that someone's going to give that information that's needed, because they're going to have guilt or conscience. I think the Mackenzies will stick together like fucking glue and lie for each other. Shannon, stop. But I think that that's just truly where we're at. So I'm at the space myself, like, fuck you, Danielle, fuck you, Malaya, fuck you, Janie, fuck you, pretty much most of the Mackenzies and Martells out there. Not all of them. Okay. There's some really good people. I'm done with the whole bullshit of it all. I think for me, I have a very clear picture of Malaya, and no, I'm not this grieving mother of Jack and Lily missing. And if she does have some grieving, it's buried fucking way deep underneath. I think that she's totally disassociated herself, and that, in order to disassociate, you have to like block out the truth in order to kind of move on with your life, because when you're guilty, Melissa, and when you have guilty knowledge of something, you'll avoid certain things to say or talk about and stuff like that. And so when you have guilty knowledge, and I think that's why, like, during Malaya's interview, that's why she never brought up and said Jack and Lily's name, that she avoided the certain things, because when you have that guilty knowledge already. So basically it's like, when you did something and you don't really know how a true person would react, in a sense, right? Like, how do I explain that? You know what I'm saying? So you have guilty knowledge, but yet you're trying to come off as truthful. But you really are showing all these signs of lies and deception and all that stuff, because you truly are not a good liar. And, like Daniel, for instance, he thinks he's a good liar, but he's so not. And it's because he has to avoid anything. He always has to think about what he's saying, in a sense, but yet by the same token, he doesn't, because he's so delusional and such a narcissist that Daniel will always be there to combat any negativity against him and project it another way. But because he's such a bad liar, it's just so, again, easy to say it. But when you're telling the truth, everything is just very natural. And it just is, you can feel it, you can see it, in everything that they're doing. And when you see deception, this case is clearly about deception, lies, and manipulation. And it's at the stake of Jack and Lily. And so for me, that's where any of my anger derives from, is that basically all this money was used for resources, to sit there and try to find Jack and Lily, and all this time and these answers, and all I can feel is that these selfish fucking people care more about their own lives, their selfish asses, over Jack and Lily. And where was the care for these children, for Jack and Lily? Where was the care for Jack and Lily at all, right? So, and listening to Janie talk about herself and her freaking dog and how much she cares, fuck off, Janie. Fuck you. I don't believe you, right? You can sit there and preach it to the choir all you want. Fuck off and your bullshit. Honestly, like it just drives me crazy when you're watching this and you're watching these people just freaking ooze diarrhea bullshit at the sake of two beautiful children. It's just unfathomable to me that this is what we're subjected to with this case, is these freaking pieces of shit. Okay, go on.
And it's, when we were doing Sebastian's case, I said something and you have stolen my saying, but I will let you steal it I'll let anybody steal it. I don't care. If Daniel and Malaya are not guilty, they are the guiltiest innocent people I think I met. And that goes above Chris and Katie Proudfoot, because at least Katie Proudfoot was putting up flyers, right? At least we knew she was lying. I still believe she was lying, in my opinion.
1 sec.
But, I didn't think a mother could get any lower. And Malaya has proved me wrong on that. But, I have a unique perspective in this case because, as most of you know, with my son, he went missing and his life was taken. So I have a unique perspective when I'm looking at these cases. And, I was talking to Belinda earlier and I was just almost in tears because I feel so deeply for two children that aren't mine, are in a completely different country. And I feel, and Melinda, I don't mean any disrespect when I say this, but I feel like I care more for them than their family. And I'm not talking Belinda when I say that. I mean Daniel. I mean Malaya. I mean Cindy. I mean Justin. I mean Janie. I mean all of these people that stood by and watched these children clearly being abused and done nothing. I said it before and I'll say it again. Is it your business now, Janie? Is it your business now? Because I should not care more for your children and your grandchildren, Janie. And I use that word very loosely because I don't consider you their grandma. They have one grandma and her name's Belinda. But I feel and care deeply about these kids more than I feel like 98% of their family does. And again, that excludes Belinda.
I think, and I think most of us feel that way. Like, don't get me wrong, there's people in the background that do have a lot of care for Jack and Lily. They don't always make it to the to the lives or speak out publicly, but there are definitely family members. And I will say that it's probably more from the Brooke side than definitely the Martell side, Mackenzie side. I'm sure that there's definitely is some from both sides. Well, I think that there's some from both sides that truly, all I care about is as long as they've given their information to the RCMP and that they have all the information, from the families, because obviously we're not expecting that they're all just going to be like, hey, let me just sit on the live, let me just put out the shit to social media and stuff like that. But, even though this is a very big voice, but not everyone's comfortable doing that. And we do see that people get attacked and absolutely and stuff like that. And people are fearful of that, to be honest with you, right? I'm not one of those ones myself personally. But there's a lot of people that are fearful of social media and the wrath and stuff like that. And it does sometimes prevent people from talking because of the wrath that comes with that. Because there's a lot of psychos out there that are they deem themselves as normal people that go into these Facebook groups and they're behind a computer and they'll just, oh, that's my husband. They'll just slag shit and whatever. you know? So it's a catch-22. 1 second, my husband's here. He's going to bring me food.
I mean, it is a catch-22, but it's like, you know, somebody said, I don't know where I seen it. It may have been here. It may have been Char's. Shoot, I don't know. I watch so much stuff at this point for this document, but they, you know, want to throw shade at Haley. And I'm not saying that she doesn't know, but I'm also not to a point that I'm willing to say that she does. Because when I watched that vigil and she wore that shirt and she talked, I could feel genuine, what I would deem as genuine emotion. And,
I
you
agree.
know, same with Belinda. When she talks, you just feel the heartache. And
I agree.
when Daniel talks or Janie talks, it's almost like they have this contempt for the kids. And when you're talking badly about two children that are missing, just absolutely makes me sick. It
Yeah.
really does. I don't know. I mean, these kids have become like my little nieces and nephews. I mean, I don't understand how a mother and a stepfather, and especially the mother, because I've been there, can act the way Malaya is acting.
But
I've
we
been
can
in those
understand
shoes,
it.
not for 5 months, or 6
Yeah.
months, but
We can understand it,
you
though,
don't
when
act that way.
they're guilty. Right, Melissa?
Exactly. When you're
Right.
guilty.
When you're guilty.
But they want us to believe they're not. But
Right.
they're not doing anything that's genuine.
Nope. Mm-mm. Mm. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, I mean, to Sesame there, Janie said she didn't need to take pictures of Jack and Lily. She saw them
I
every
know.
day. Okay, well,
That
that
was
means she also saw the bruises and the abuse that was going on, but it wasn't her business.
mhm.
It's my
That one
business, and I'm not even there.
that was such a ridiculous thing to say. I mean, Janie said a lot of ridiculous things, but that was one of the most ridiculous, stupid things that a grandmother supposed that cares about Jack and Lily. But what do I need to like honestly, who here would ever say that? Well, I see them all the time, so I don't need to take pictures. Bullshit. It's like there's just things that are said that are just kind of like, you know, ridiculous. And that was one of those statements that she said. Well, what do I need pictures for? I mean, I see them all the time. Yeah, that's just it. That's the deflection of the truth there, Janie, because you didn't really give two fucks. But okay.
Exactly. And I see a lot of people, Sonny, saying that, I won't call out any certain people, but saying that they think Haley knows. And like I said, I'm not at the point where I can say that she does or doesn't. I'm on the fence with her. But at
But
this
she knows
exact
what.
moment, I feel the genuineness of her emotion from that party. But that genuine emotion could also be because she knows Jack and Lily are gone and she's in the grief process. So because I'm on the fence, doesn't necessarily mean, and I believe her emotion is real, doesn't mean I think she's telling the truth, if that makes sense.
That she knows what happened to the kids.
No, I'm on the fence of whether or not she knows what happened to the kids. But
Yeah,
I feel at this moment, right, that her emotions are genuine. But that being said, she could know what happened to the kids and still have that genuine emotion. She could not know what happened to the kids and still have that genuine emotion. So I'm on the fence whether or not she knows.
I'm not
I
on the
don't
fence
know.
with her at all. I'm not on the fence with her at all. Haley, to me, absolutely does not know what happened to Jack and Lily. And that's why she's pissed off because, and that's why the emotions are coming through like you're talking about. You know, I've talked with Haley a lot. Haley actually told Malaya she talks to me as well. But yeah, no, I would definitely not say that Haley knows what happened to Jack and Lily at all. You know, more that she's tired of the bullshit and just is looking for answers, and that's why you saw what you saw at the vigil. To do with that. I'm not going to speak on Cheryl because I really don't know. With Cheryl, right? That's the one that befriended her, the beach one we call her, and stuff like that. So I really don't, know what Cheryl's thoughts are and all that stuff. But as for Haley, I would myself 100% say she absolutely does not know what happened to those children, but wants to know what happened to those children. Myself, that's
I definitely think she wants to know, but I can't say that she does at this time. I just
yeah. That's because
Cheryl, like her mother, Malaya's mother, Cheryl, because I know she has a friend named Cheryl, but I think Cindy fully knows.
I think Cindy knows
what happened. I really do. I feel like Cindy, Malaya, Daniel, Justin, and Janie, and possibly Ron, you all know what happened, and you are all choosing to keep your mouth shut, in my opinion.
Well, again, it just depends what information they've given to the RCMP. So, and I've said this for a while myself, but I believe that Cindy doesn't know where the kids are, in a sense, like where they're buried or anything like that. But I strongly believe that she knows that Malaya is lying, and that
yes,
you can lead a horse to water even as the mother, but you can't make him sip the truth, So if Malaya's not talking about things, and right, a mother knows when their child is acting weird and shit. So I do think that Cindy in her heart of heart believes that the children are not coming back, and that's probably why. Maybe there's guilt going on there, who knows. That's probably why she's avoiding even talking to about the case too much, besides maybe to the RCMP. But I definitely feel like that in her heart of heart, me and Shannon were talking about this on the live the other day, that she knows that Malaya is a fucking liar, and she's bullshitting. And
yeah, I mean, I agree. I think she knows what happened, but I don't think she knows exactly where they are, and if she does, then Cindy, you are psychotic, because no grandparent would let, whether the child is deceased or not, that child be out in the weather and their bodies be exposed to what they are.
I don't believe Cindy knows where they are. I do not believe that. I think Wade's the one that Tint did. I think that Wade's talking without knowing he was recording speaks a lot to where Cindy and him kind of think about about Jack and Lily, that they're all three a bunch of liars, that they should be put in jail. I think a lot of that, like a lot of it's true, and I think that there's other things, kind of like with Kiwi or Kiki or whatever, that she's saying that are stuff based on what Wade's telling her, and can be somewhat inaccurate, but yet by the same token truthful. But just maybe put out there incorrectly, per se. If you get what I'm saying. Oh yeah. Shit! Yeah,
I will give props where props are due. And so if it is true, let me preface it with that. If it's true that Cindy is the one that called CPS, and something in my gut tells me it is true, right, on Malaya, good for you.
Right.
Good for you for stepping up and getting that baby away from her, because she couldn't care about the two she had. She couldn't care to stick around, even if it was okay, you have problems, you want to leave, fine, but you do not just ignore the fact that you have two missing children. You just don't. And so if that's true, way to go, Cindy. But I think that I'm like you. I don't think she knows where they're at, but I think she has an idea of what happened.
Okay, Sheila, fine. My husband made me a cheeseburger and a baked potato with sour cream and onions. Okay, all right. So if you hear my
That
cheeks
sounds
like a
really
gopher,
good.
I know. I'm enjoying. I shouldn't talk when my mouth is full. A lot of times people eat on a live, like they're literally show you that they're eating on the live, right, Taylor? But anyway, um, but so people are seeking the truth for Jack and Lily behind the scenes. That is happening. Okay. Malaya is not um, giving up information about, thank you so much, Sheila. But Malaya is not giving up information. Okay. Um, she's telling pretty much the same story of what was in the interview. Now, why is Malaya doing that? Why is Malaya not telling her own family anything really more, besides a little bit more, obviously? Because obviously something happened to those children. Your whole family's going to be asking you a shitload of questions, right? Like, was there an argument? Like what happened? Like, did it, like, you know what I mean? There's going to be certain information. But Malaya is not really telling a different story, even though their stories are inconsistent regardless. She's acting like two children didn't exist. And she's from the get-go, she is going out as if there's not a care in the world about Jack and Lily. She's not searching. She's avoiding everything like the plague. And again, to me, the only reason why she did up that letter was because she was asked to by Please Bring Me Home. So I didn't feel like that letter was authentic, especially it still bugs me with the misspelling of her own name. I feel like it was like a contrived letter. Again, someone that is trying, like, it's when you are guilty of something and then you're trying to write a genuine letter behind it, right? How many times have we seen mothers do this, Melissa, in cases where a letter comes out going, if you know anything, can you please help bring them home, and blah, blah, blah. And next thing you know, they're charged with the murder of their child. How many times do we see that crap?
Yeah.
So
or they go on the news.
Right. And how about that picture of on the vigil night of Malaya with Meadow there making freaking cupcakes for Jack's birthday, right? Kind of a little twisted, to be honest with you. Like, oh, let me just get a picture of Meadow fucking making cupcakes with for Jack's birthday, and stuff. Like, it was kind of, I would say, a little bit morbid looking at that picture, knowing, like, first of all, I don't know, I just thought it was a little bit morbid myself personally.
Yeah.
But of course, Selena Brooks had to post that, didn't she, on her Instagram? I have that picture. I know it's already been shown. But where is that picture? Where is that picture? I got too many pictures. That's what I got. But you know which picture I'm talking about, right?
No, I haven't seen that one. And yeah, it was Susan Smith, look at her, she went on news after news after news station. Oh, please bring my babies home. Da, 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 da. And she's the one that put them in their car seat, strapped them in, and drove them into the lake and watched her car with her children sink and watched them drown. Like, it's not uncommon for a parent to do that. But I'm like you, that letter did not resonate with me. Maybe if it would have been in her own voice, I could have given something.
Don't know,
but Malaya does not, her emotions, the way she's acting, the way she has moved on, None of that feels genuine, you know. Yeah, Casey Anthony, just, another. It happens so often, and it boggles my mind that this was not treated as a criminal case from the get-go, because for me, you treat it as a crime until you prove otherwise, because it's too late now to go
Right.
back and get crime scene photos. It's too late now to get certain things. And I don't understand why in missing persons, and I said it in Sebastian too, why these cases are not treated as if there was criminal activity from the get-go. You can say and treat it like a criminal activity, and then later on say, okay, it really was this or it really was that. You can downgrade. You can't upgrade at this point. You can't, if they find the bodies, they can't now go back to the original scene the way it was that day, that night, and have accurate representation of what the kids were living in. They just can't. And I've got to find it in the document. So I'm going to take a second, because there's something that Malaya said that really struck me as weird, because she said that they cleaned the house, right? And she cleaned the house
Oh yeah, I remember that.
multiple times, but the house wasn't clean when she woke up. Well, if you clean the house 3 freaking times in one day and the kids were asleep, how was it not clean? Was it that bad of a mess? RCMP can't recreate that now.
So Malaya had said that Daniel said that he was going to clean up the house, and she doesn't know what he was doing. Apparently, it probably took him about 12 hours to put up a wrench in the front door, but whatever. But Daniel said he was going to. Go ahead.
She said on Thursday, she cleaned the house and scrolled through her phone because she was overstimulated. And then they went to New Glasgow Thursday afternoon. And then in that evening, she did more cleaning, but she was tired and the kids were watching TV. So she went to bed, and Daniel Martell was going to finish cleaning the house, but it wasn't clean when she got up. Well, how bad was it that it took that long? Like, even if it was clean, the fact is, and the point that I'm getting at, RCMP can't go take pictures of how it was that day. Right. And if you had to clean the house 3 times and it still wasn't clean, and you're overstimulated because you're watching the kids and he's outside, are you the one that snapped?
Where in the documents is that one that you want me to let you just talked about?
Page 9 of 38, section 19C11 or II.
Whoa. That's of the court document?
Yes.
Okay, page 9.
Go to 9 of 38 and then go to section 19C II.
Okay, 9. Okay. CII. Okay. 1 second. Okay, so go ahead. Let me just make that bigger. Well, I can't really make it bigger, I guess, can I? Than that. I don't think I can.
No, not on the where you're at. No, you can't. Okay. But I can read it if you want me to.
That's a lie. I can absolutely do it.
Ooh, you can.
Yeah, 150%. Go, Sonny, go. What's 200 going to give us? Okay, beautiful. Okay, so go ahead. Go ahead again.
So it said on 938 CII, it said that Malaya said she tidied the house throughout the day. So more than once, obviously, because she did it throughout the day.
Oh, right here. Number 2, right? Number 2.
Yes. And looked after the kids. She said she also scrolled through her phone at one point because she was overstimulated. She had, I'm assuming, the appointment in New Glasgow in the afternoon on Thursday, and said she and Daniel went with all the kids. They drove the 2001 white Nissan Pathfinder, or 2017 white Nissan Pathfinder. They
Right.
went to blah, 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 blah. So skip down to 3.
Yeah.
And it says, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Let me double check she had an appointment. The Pathfinder. They went to Big Scoop. So now go to C4. So in the evening, she was up right there.
Going to do some
In the evening, she was
cleaning
going
up.
to do some cleaning, and she was too tired. And the kids were watching TV. She put them to bed. She went to bed. And they were like getting to bed that night. They got to bed at 9. Normally it was 7. So if you go down to 5, Daniel stayed up. He was going to clean the house for her, but it was not clean when she got up. So she cleaned it multiple times throughout the day, right? And then she was going to do more cleaning.
Right.
And then Daniel was supposed to clean. Well, like I said, you can't now go back and put things back in place, right? You can't do that. So exactly, it must have been spotless. Like, how much cleaning in a little trailer did you have to do? And how bad was it that the conditions that the kids were living in, that you could clean it on and off all day, multiple times, and then still need cleaning and it still not be clean? Like, really?
Right.
You can't go back and recreate that. So if the RCMP would have treated this as a criminal case and got pictures, and they may have, I will give it to them. They may have, and they're just not saying, right? But it seems odd to me that in so many missing children's cases, there's not evidence taken. And like Daniel said at one point in the Drunk Turkey show that, well, the RCMP told him that they were going to take his phone in a week. No, they didn't, because they're not going to tell you they're going to do it. They're just going to freaking do it. They're not going to tell you, hey, we're going to be back in a week to get that phone. So you've got a week to delete evidence off of it before we come back and get it.
Daniel keeps
right.
portraying
They're not
that.
going to do that.
Right, Melissa.
Yeah,
Daniel
that's what
keeps
he said.
portraying that. Yeah, when Daniel keeps portraying that as if, look, I just handed them over my phone. Like, what else do you need? Here you go. You know, blah, blah, blah. Well, did you hand him over the burner phones too, Daniel? The 2 burner phones that you have? Did you hand him over those? Like I said, it's just like, you know, him and Janie already said that they left their phones at home and blah, 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 blah. You know, and Daniel, of course, is like, you know, there was 2 sets of keys, right? Right? DT, right? But anyways, it's Daniel keeps always trying to portray that he's the hero in all of this. Yeah, no, Daniel, they would have fucking took your phone, okay? Basically, come got it, took your phone, right? But I'm sure by then, like I don't see Daniel. I remember something that Haley had said, and she said that the day that Daniel, or the day of the children went missing, that Daniel would not use his own phone, that he would only use Malaya's phone, and she thought that was really strange. That he was doing that, right? That everything he was doing was with Malaya's phone. Yeah, I mean, just whatever. Again, Daniel just tries to build himself up, But anyway, anyone that is smart and not clueless and has thinking skills and stuff like that, they understand that Daniel is nothing shy of a hero in this case, right? That he's provided the umpteenth information to help. That not only has he done that, but he's also taking courses to help improve so that he can even work harder on this case to solve it, with the major crimes unit, because that's what every normal, innocent person does is, so again, his whole perception this whole time is about his hero stance. And that's why those comments of, I was like, oh, and the helicopters were just staring at me while I'm sitting here running so hard for Jack and Lily, or I was running faster than the helicopters and the drones, and I almost killed myself twice, and It's just on and on, relentless about how amazing Daniel is in all of this. So again, any absolute normal thinking person would understand, like, wait a second, why is he constantly making all these comments about how wonderful he is, how much he's doing for Jack and Lily, while everybody else is doing shit? Daniel mentioned so many times how nobody else gives a shit about Jack and Lily besides himself. Okay? Again, full-blown narcissism at its finest. And on top of that, all the inconsistencies with the lies, right? Malaya, though, she's at least being somewhat smart, and she's trying to hide behind everything. Because I tell you right now, both of those two were talking, I think we'd know where the kids are by now, to be honest with you. So you got one shutting the hell up as best as she can, because she probably knows she's a really bad liar. And Daniel thinks that he's controlling this all by playing the hero. Don't worry, Malaya, I got this for us. Don't worry about that. You're our secret safe together, Malaya. But, but he's pissed off that she left him. Right? That's where that fucking attacks keep coming on Malaya from, because he is pissed that she left his ass the next day. Well, Daniel, when those documents come out at some point, trust me, it's only going to be a bigger eye opener to who you are and Malaya and your lifestyle with these kiddies. And no one's going to believe you anymore. No one's going to believe you anymore. And for the people that still do, well, shame on you then. Honestly.
Well, that's like Daniel wants us to believe that the RCMP gave him a burner or a loaner phone.
Yeah.
And all this other stuff. And it's like, no, they didn't. Like, why are we lying about such little things? Like some of the stuff he lies about, like what he first did. What he first did when he first realized the kids were missing has changed multiple times.
Oh, yeah.
And how are you searching? He said several times he got in the car and he went and searched all these back roads and stuff. But then he said, well, I took it up in the woods. So you took a 2017 Pathfinder through this very wooded area searching for the kids. I don't believe that. I call bullshit. I'm going to call it like it is. Bullshit.
Right. Yeah. 1 second. And oh, wait. And by the way, only because a comment reminded me of this. As for Kiki's post, like, kind of like what Daniel was saying, that there were closets in there, but then, or that's what DT was saying in light of Daniel telling him this, that there were closets in there and stuff like that. So nobody knows exactly when this incident happened for Jack and stuff like that. So Daniel clearly said that there was closets there, then they took them out. But nobody actually really truly knows about when this actually happened, this incident with Jack in a car seat and stuff like that.
And so I've not said anything about that, but something that stood out to me in her post is she said that he was strapped into a car seat and then hung upside down. Has anybody ever seen a car seat like in real life? Now think about that. How would you hang it upside down? Even if it were possible, Jack at 4 years old is not going to fit in a car seat. He's going to be in a booster seat. So it would have had to have been when he was way younger, if it happened at all.
So I'm going to say with that one, like, I know, like, I feel like the truth is going to come out about all that shit. But I don't think it was probably said very well. And again, where would this information have come from in the first place? Well, it would have been having something that Wade would have had knowledge of from Malaya's camp over there, in order for that. Because, like, you have to ask yourself why Wade would say something like that to his daughter if there wasn't some sort of truth around it. So I think the way it was worded, like, it's not one, like, I don't see it being one of those things like, oh, well, let's just put him on a freaking coat hanger and hang him upside down and stuff like that. I think that the wording, how it was probably said, is kind of what people are trying to figure out. Like, what do you mean? Like, put him in a car seat and just freaking turned him over and hung him upside down? I don't think it's going to turn out to be exactly like that, as much as it was going to be the fact that the car seat ended up rolling upside down, in a sense. You know, like if you picture a kid squirming in something, right? And then they turn it over because they're freaking locked into a car seat, that type of idea. Not that it's literally hanging from a coat hanger in a closet, just hanging him upside down like that. And so that's how I think people visualize that particular post is, and I just really don't believe it's going to be like that. No, I think that it's kind of like the telephone game, is that you're hearing that Wade obviously knows something, hears something, passes it on to his daughter, and then it gets misconstrued because it's typed poorly, how it's said. I just really feel like it's one of those things that it's not like, you know, Jack was literally just hanging upside down because Daniel strapped him to a pole or something like that, you know. And so again, we don't really know when exactly this happened, but it would be at some point during that 2 to 3 year relationship at some point, right? So I do believe that it's probably going to come to fruition, but just not as ugly as what that post makes it out, but it's still ugly. But I just don't think it's strapped like he's hanging from a post in the closet upside down, as if it was purposely done like that. More so a child being strapped in and then turning himself over because of wrestling in a booster seat or car seat or something like that. So that's kind of how I feel about that particular post.
I mean, for me, that post is, unless I have something else that backs it up, I have to take it with a grain of salt.
Well, absolutely. But come on. But, you know, Kiki's the daughter of Wade. So let's just kind of get a little bit realistic. That Kiki is not going to sit there and just make some shit like that up. Like, that's just common sense, to be honest with you. There had to be some truth to that. There had to be something that came down from her dad for Kiki to make that post, right? I mean, that's where common sense kicks in. Is like, you think honestly Kiki's just throwing out some bullshit and see what sticks and make herself look like an absolute fucking idiot to her own family and stuff like that? No. Right? That's where common sense, reading between the lines, you know, makes sense. But that information, should that be true at some level, that would have had to have come from knowledge within Malaya to her family members who knew of this incident. And then Wade passes it on to his daughter, Kiki, who probably twists it in a more, how do I say that? Because no matter how you say that, like, the truth to any of that would be so fucking livid and disgusting. But I don't think that Jack was like literally hanging there by a fucking lifeline upside down in a car seat, as much as trying to strap him down because maybe he wasn't listening, and that they felt that was okay, which we all know it's not okay. But I think that there's just using common sense about where information would come from. So I can't see this as just Kiki pulling this out of her asshole and going, here, let me just put this. I think that she has information that's correct and information that is not correct, you know, because she did put out information about Malaya having a child that was taken away from her. And yet I've heard no truth to that whatsoever. So that could have just been from whoever said that. Maybe her, I don't know. Maybe her dad said that to her as well. Right? I've heard nobody ever say that was true at all. In fact, the opposite. So I take Kiki's information with a lot of grain of salt, because I think that she's putting out information that's not true, or what she thinks is true but not true, and then other things that could be a lot truer than not true. But I think there's going to come a day when everyone's going to be so fucking disgusted with what they know about truly that house of horrors for Jack and Lily and Meadow. Yeah.
And
That's
I'll
what I
give
say.
Kiki, like, I'll play devil's advocate on it because they lived somewhere else before they moved on to Janie's property into the trailer, right? Like, they lived
With Patty.
in a property that butted up next to a junkyard. It's been confirmed that Jack got out. He went through the junkyard. He was then caught by the school, by some personnel at the school, right? Like, so
Yeah.
is it that house that they're talking about? Like, so
You're talking about
yes, I
Patty's
keep in the back of my mind what Kiki says,
right.
but I also take it with a huge grain of salt.
You know, that's just it. Is that Kiki is a family member. So regardless of anything, of truth or not truth, it goes with Malaya, it goes with Daniel, it goes with anything, right? Is that it's a bigger grain of salt than just some random person that's posting about shit. Because she is a family member. But because she is somewhat removed and getting this information from her dad, most of this information, again, I put it there with the family member shit, because at the end of the day, it's up to everyone to decide for themselves what they find is truthful or not truthful of it all. But at the end of the day, the truth will come out for Jack and Lily. And Daniel's going to try to get ahead of this, you know, these documents coming out and stuff like that, like he always does. And it's just a matter of time. We don't know when the documents are coming out. If the information is coming from Daniel, well, again, it's coming from Daniel, okay? So I know more than Daniel to what he's saying about that shit. And so, yeah, don't be holding your breath that documents are going to come out next week or anything like that. Like, they might, but don't hold your breath, okay? Daniel's just saying a lot of shit. Everything's about Daniel. Daniel said this. Daniel said that. Daniel. Well, Daniel's a fucking liar is what Daniel is. But Daniel will come out of the woodwork. Eh, Melissa?
I agree. Daniel is a liar. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my head hurts. This case makes my head hurt. Like, it really, truly does. I'm just so disgusted by this case and where it's gone for Jack and Lily. You know, it's just so heartbreaking. You know, it's just so disgusting to watch these people just fucking pull the bullshit that they're doing. Is there anything else in your documents that you want to talk about?
Let me see here. There was something earlier. Okay, so let's talk about Daniel and that stupid phone of his, right? He says that there's no service, right?
Wait.
You got to put the phone in the window.
Wait, are
Well,
you in?
at
Are you
one
underneath
point in the
Daniel's
document,
messages?
underneath Daniel Martell contradictions towards the
Yeah,
bottom.
okay.
I think it
Oh,
is
okay.
actually the very bottom one.
Okay.
He said that he got in the car and drove around in the woods looking for them and all this, right? He says he always takes his phone when he leaves the house. And then he said, well, I didn't take my phone. There's no
Right.
service anyway. I left my
Yeah.
phone on the end table. I left it on the end table.
Which-
Well, while I was out in the woods, I took an hour and a half hour video and sent it to somebody. Like, make up my mind. Did you take the mother flipper or not? Like, he wants to say one thing, and like I said, he'll say something, and then he will contradict himself like 5 seconds later in what he's saying. And that's like the front door. That is something I have been trying to wrap my head around all day, because in the court documents and on the Drunk Turkey show. So in the court documents, he said when he was looking for the kids, he opened the front door. And then the very next sentence was, on Thursday, he put a wrench, or Malaya said that he put a wrench on top, keyword top there, on top of the door, and that when he opened the door that morning, it didn't fall down. So
From
on the
court
DT show,
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
it's in the Daniel Martell contradictions, second one from the bottom.
Okay.
So go up from, I think, where you're at
No,
now.
it's okay. Just,
So then
just
on,
go ahead. Yeah.
The Drunk Turkey show, he said that he knows for 100% that they did not go out through the front door. And I'm just going to read the parts that I have underlined. He said that he could, when he went to go get his keys to get in the Pathfinder and go looking for the kids, that he couldn't get into the front door. He had to
Yeah.
go around back, and then he went out the front door. But why couldn't he get through the front door if he had already opened the front door like Malaya said he did when he was looking for the kids? But now he had to unlock it and go out through the front door.
Right.
And then again, he said, I tried to go through the front door, but it was locked. And then it was, he could not go out the front door because he jammed a wrench or a bolt, which are two totally different things, in there to make sure that the door didn't open.
Yeah.
But according to Malaya, he went out the front door. According to him, he went out the front door. He just had to unlock it. And then
Yeah.
he said in the court documents, it says that morning he had to rip the door open to get out and that the metal piece fell on the floor. But in the court documents, Malaya said that the wrench was on top of the door, not in the door, on top of it. And that when he opened the door, that wrench did not fall down. So which is it? You guys are contradicting each other, and you're contradicting yourself from what you said. Like, it doesn't make it. And trying to add this into a timeline and trying to make this make sense is really hard, because nothing they say makes any mother flipping sense.
Well,
and you know,
1 second, sorry. And the reason why it doesn't make sense is because it's nonsense. That's the bottom line of it. So it's kind of like, it's right. It's like, how many times can we go back and forth to what Daniel said, Malaya said, what Daniel said that he didn't say, that he did say, and stuff like that. Like, meaning it's like a brain fuckery. Is that there's so many inconsistencies. Why even bother to waste your time? Even like, not you, but I mean in general. Like, he's already stacked.
I think somebody else nailed it. Because going through this, I've had that exact same thought, Marie. A wrench would do some serious damage if you hit somebody with it, especially a child.
On the kid's
Is
head,
he trying to cover up? And well, I know that when they find the kids, this is the injury that they're going to have. So I'm going to say that it was here, and that, oh, well, it must have fell in. Like, you see what I'm saying? Robin. Like, in my head, that's where I went, and I must not be the only one.
No, well, that's just it, right? Like I said, for me, I've just wiped myself of any sort of truth in their entire timeline and their bullshit. Why? Because again, it just really boils down to this. Occam's razor, the simplest line to the truth is going to be the answer to this. They're a bunch of fucking ass liars, and they're doing it at the expense of saving their own asses, because they know exactly what happened to Jack and Lily, and poor Jack and Lily have to keep suffering with their bullshit. And so do all the people that care about Jack and Lily, and so do the RCMP, until like seriously, you know, like I agree, Robin, on that one too, right? Shake the truth out of them. Right. Nah, they care too much about themselves, way over and above Jack and Lily. And it's just one of those things, like, it just really becomes of, where are those children? How far was Daniel able to go, or whoever helped him or assisted him in any way, with Jack and Lily? And where are they? How far could he possibly, in my opinion, put Jack and Lily? Was it within the area and they missed it? possibly, considering
I
they're
think the kids
focused.
are.
You think what?
I think the kids are close.
I
I
think
think
they're
they're
close
within
too.
5 miles.
I think that they are. I think that they are 5'10", somewhere within that vicinity. I think they are too. I think that they're closer than what we think. And to sit there and think that the drones and that did every single spot, and yeah, the drones hovered over, look for. I really want them to go back to that property on the Lorda Park there, and re-look at that information. Absolutely, I think that's really important. That they did. There's wells over there and stuff like that, but I think that was like I said, it's not like these people are perfect. Nobody's perfect, right? They could easily have been overlooked in some sort of shallow grave there. And in that particular one, because of how that one was talked about, it definitely is something to go back and look to, right? You look at the surrounding area, and all you're trying to think about is the cameras that could catch Daniel in a vehicle. Right now, they've already put out there that basically from the information that they have, there's nothing to prove that Daniel was driving that night, basically, right? That there's nothing to back up what Justin and Brad are saying besides their word. But there's no physical evidence to show that. So there's going to be camera footage of Daniel's car or somebody's car. Well, according to Brad, it's Daniel's car, because he said he was driving that car for a year and a half, and he would know the sound, right? I mean, I know he said about the last one coming in, which didn't sound like his. Could very well be. Is Jordan Getty's home around that area? Sus and stuff like that. Is there credence to Jack, Lily, and Daniel and Malaya being seen on the first at that place? Why is Jordan coming out acting like he's a fucking maniac and changing his Facebook page to some freaking dragon ass devil or something like that? And, again, you want to make yourself look like keep making yourself look like a fool, Jordan. Keep doing what you're doing, telling people to suck your D and, you're just an F and C and all that stuff. You and your dad, go check yourself in. Seriously, go check yourself fucking in to some sort of ward. Get your fucking brains underneath control. And it's just like, so what? Like, honestly.
But on that point, Sonny, even one of the officers said, Baldwin said in a CBC News thing, that yes, the infrared works really well in the wintertime, not so much in the summertime. But he also stated that tree cover can hinder the search and hinder what FLIR does. And even with the human remains dogs, they said it doesn't necessarily mean that there's no possibility that there aren't human remains there. There could be a chance that the dogs have missed it or whatever. So yes, they did all these things, but even the RCMP is telling us they could have been missed in that search area.
I think, right. And absolutely. I think that Daniel from the get-go, right early on in the beginning of this case, Daniel basically said, I was a fucking idiot, and believed Malaya when she said that they were in the woods. No, your mom. Remember what your mom said? Right. Bunch of fucking liars. But anyways, when Daniel says that he doesn't believe they're in the woods, right? To me, that's just another misdirection of that the kids are in the woods, but they're dead and buried in the woods. Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here. They're hidden. They've been taken by Malaya's family. They're hidden, and he was riding that game for as long as he fucking could, right? And then again, they tried the abduction thing, but because Daniel's so fashionable about always telling on himself, to me, back when I remember hearing him say that like basically saying that the RCMP are just wasting their time, right? That the children aren't in the woods. That to me was a clear sign that that's Daniel trying to deflect from the fact that they are in the woods and that they are buried somewhere, that in the vicinity, but him trying to just lie, manipulate the situation. I knew they weren't in the woods the whole entire time. And Janie's like, yeah, there's no way they're going to be in those woods. Jack needed to have help. Yeah, exactly why you should absolutely look in the woods. Unfortunately for two bodies.
I agree.
Yeah. And everything else is just a misdirection. How many here, just tell you and just say, how many here in chat believe Daniel planted the pink blanket down the pipeline there? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Just curious.
Oh, am I so glad you brought up the blanket?
Yeah. 1 for yes, 2 for
because
no. Pink blanket.
Daniel said in the DT show at 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 12 seconds, and I quote, and the blanket in the tree. I mean, I'll be the first to say that too. Investigators told me straight out when I asked them if it was planted, they said yes. They would not have told him that. Not on the first day. No, they wouldn't have. I'm not a fucking idiot.
Oh, yeah. Daniel does everything he can to try to misdirect from that. Yeah. Yeah. And sadly, for the people that do pick 2, you're going to get pie in your face on that one. I mean, again, they called him in for a reason, right? They called him in for a reason. Daniel's right. They probably did sit there and say, yeah, Daniel, we believe you planted the blanket, Daniel. Everything. Daniel talked about the buses. What happened? And then she emails the RCMP, talks to this Allison. Guess what? Right, Daniel? That their camera footage wasn't good enough quality to know if there was a blanket or whatever there, right? Guess who was probably planting that blanket in the middle of the night during one of those trips, Daniel, on there?
Well, when he was on the DT show, he said the following about the blanket, that the blanket was not there in the tree.
No.
That it was Lansdowne Road where the blanket was found, but he's never been to the site where the blanket was found. And that the blanket was, and then he went on to say, the blanket was up in the tree after that. Then he said he's not sure where they found the blanket. He said that multiple times. And then he said, then they pulled up DT pulled up the map, and he said, well, it's about 500 feet past where the blanket was found. And that the school bus turns around. The buses have cameras. And when they looked at the footage from outside of the buses, the blanket was not there. Stop with your contradictory bullshit. That's all I got to say, because it's just ridiculous at this point. I think they had a script to begin with, but they are all so far off script that their own words are going to be their undoing.
Absolutely. And that's fine if people, like I said, want to believe, about that whole thing and pick number 2. So be it. It's going to come to fruition. You're wrong, but go ahead. You can say, again, right? I don't know anyone that would even buy the fact that this wasn't Daniel that planted the blanket and that thinks that Haley and Cheryl and Hayden did it, right? That's your right to think that way, right? So again, if that's your truth and that's what you're holding to, again, it's going to come to fruition that you're wrong about that. But hey, you guys can keep holding strong on that one, because bottom line is no matter what side of the fence you feel like you're either on, I'm on Jack and Lily's side of the fence, and it's Jack and Lily that deserve the answers regardless of our opinions about what we believe or don't believe and stuff like that. I'm there. All I want to know is the truth, the timeline, as much accuracy from the people that are speaking as possible to see the circle of the story And it's really just at a point now to me where it's just about evidence and bodies, of poor Jack and Lily, and the truth, and where that truth is going to come from. As for, like I said, pointing out how many times Daniel's a liar, or Malaya's both full of shit and stuff like that. But I get it too, right? By the same token, yeah, people always say that shit, Team Canada, though, that RCMP can lie. Absolutely, they can lie, right? But most of what they put out is going to be truthful. But are they going to lie to Daniel and think that they're being his friend, or lie to Malaya? Absolutely, right? Are they going to sit there and try to pretend like they're their best friends and stuff like that to get information? And absolutely. But I hate it when people write off of that the RCMP can lie. But like it's right in our faces, to be honest with you, about true crime. And either people don't know how to read Daniel or Malaya very well, and then they want to. I just don't get that. Sorry, I can't buy. Like, you can have your opinion on that, but I can't even try to justify like Janie, Daniel, and Malaya's bullshit with that whole timeline and their actions, right? I can't even fake it if I wanted to pretend like that they don't have part of what happened to Jack and Lily. That's my opinion, but I can't sit here and fake. Just like, and no offense to Kent, but honestly, I just didn't want to hear anything more about the freaking hidden shit. Like, not that Kent is just sold on that, right? But I was getting so irritated by just even trying to make that sound like it was normal, because there's nothing normal about hiding children for the purpose of this case. It's just no. It's just no, right? And so it's just like, after a while, you just can't even entertain it anymore, because it's just a crock of shit, And then you're almost reminding me.
I will play devil's advocate. Sonny.
You stop it right there, Melissa. I was just going to tell you.
Kent.
No, just listen. Okay, for 1 second. I was just going to say that to you. The one thing I'm so sick and tired of hearing is, I'm going to play devil's advocate. And then what do you come out and I was saying, Kent always said devil's advocate all the time. And then I was just about to say to you, Melissa, whenever you say devil's advocate, and then you literally were just about to say, well, that's what you just did say. Well, let me just play devil's advocate, right? And I was going to say, that's what the one thing that was getting annoying about playing devil's advocate all the time. So I'm laughing in a sense, because I literally was just going to say how much I hated it. And then you're like, well, let me play devil's advocate.
That's because we read each other's minds. But in Kent's defense, I think he's halfway right. Halfway. I think the kids are hidden. I do.
In the ground.
They're hidden from us.
Yeah.
They're not hidden on a reserve or with a family member. But I do believe they're hidden. Yeah. Their bodies are hidden. But that's as far as I will agree with Kent.
Well, the thing is that I do believe that Kent, I think he looks at it from all angles. Absolutely. But then there's a point to me where the angle of this hidden thing, like hidden as in that they're still alive, it's just a waste of time and brain cells to even entertain that one anymore, because it's like you entertain it for a while. Okay, well, because you don't really understand like why Malaya's actions are the way she is. Why, like her actions would be that of somebody that would be like, hey, your kids are just fine. That's why she's acting this way. But the truth of the matter is that no, just no. Once you actually get to hear a lot more inside stuff about it all, then you're just like, yeah, okay, no. She's not helping RCMP. No, she's not sitting here, has these kids hidden in the live somewhere and stuff like that. Hers and Daniel's actions are matching that of two people covering up the truth about Jack and Lily. And we'll just throw Janie in the ship house and sharing the property, and would have had to have lied as well. So that's in my personal opinion. But anyway, so it just becomes about, no, that's not a normal thing, guys. It's just not. People that don't follow true crime or don't know nothing about the true crime and don't follow enough cases to know, this is very generalized shit that goes on every day in the USA, right? This stuff is like a dime a dozen, these type of cases. In Canada, it's one of the bigger bullshit stories out there. But in the United States, hell, every other day you're turning on your chat on the news just to know that some mother, some stepfather took the life of their child, and they write a letter, and that they try to bullshit. Like, look at Emmanuel there, the one recently, right? Emmanuel Haro. I mean, she freaking writes a stupid ass letter herself, right? They sit there and they try to bullshit about this abduction, about her getting hit over the head, and the story just breaks down. Daniel, to me, is clear as day is the breaking down of the story, but they just don't have the evidence. But once they get that evidence, to me, in my personal opinion, their fucking asses are grass. They're toast. I see Daniel just, Daniel, you're running out of fucking moves, dude. Checkmate, Daniel. But we see this all the time in the United States, right, Melissa? These cases are a dime a dozen. These bullshitters that try to manipulate, try to lie about what truly happened with the children, write these stupid ass letters, and then they're arrested because usually in a lot of these cases, it's not such a fucking rural Timbuktu like Nova Scotia Pictou County is. It's more of a, rural or like more busier type of place with ring cameras, digital data, a lot more of that stuff. Agreed?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be the first to admit,
Wait, what? Yeah,
I can turn on my TV and it's like it doesn't matter which channel I go to. I'm constantly hearing of, this kid's missing and that kid's missing, and you watch the parents plead and you're like, something doesn't feel right, and then it comes out, that one of the parents or both of the parents or somebody, intimate, and I don't mean in a sexual way, but somebody who has intimate knowledge of the children is the one who did it. And it's just so, I mean, it's so common. They have a word for it. Okay. It's called filicide, but it's like, for me, in my opinion, the RCMP has a very good idea of what happened. And they're, in my opinion, again, they're waiting to find the bodies to prove what they think happened. And yes, the RCMP can lie, and so can the American police. Yes, they can drag somebody in and say, well, now we have your DNA, but they don't have their DNA. Yeah, they can say it, but when it comes to a court of law, right, they're not going to lie. And hopefully, when it comes to the press releases, they're not going to sit there and say, well, we have DNA, if they don't really have it.
Yeah.
So can they lie to a suspect? Sure they can.
Yeah.
But they're not lying as to the masses.
No. And just 1 second. I gotta plug my vape in here. But Michelle James, I don't know where you get your information from, and that crock of shit. Unless you can produce receipts, which you can't. But where do you even get this shit? Like, where do you even find that shit to even say that? Because it was some post that I seen the other day. No offense, Michelle James, but when I see comments like this, it's just like, and where did you verify this information from? Right? From a post that I saw about this whole New Brunswick shit again. Right? So you're just spewing off the top of your tongue with no backing it up. You got no receipts. You're not talking to family members, right? You're not doing any of that stuff. Like, this probably isn't the channel for you, to be honest, because I'll probably pick on you a lot just because this is so ridiculous. That I'm even seeing this, and I'm even entertaining talking about it, to be honest with you. But it's just like, it's stuff like that out there that, God, how do I put that nicely? It's just so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. But I mean, you can have your truth, but this probably isn't the channel for you, to be honest with you. because I'm gonna pick on the stupid shit that comes out of your mouth every time you type something, because it's just so absurd. Imagine that Cheryl, Hayden, and Haley are all bullshitting, and Daniel, the actual full-blown liar, is the one that she believes. I don't like. I can't even fix that type of stupid thinking, to be honest with you. So it's sorry. I can't even entertain. That's not critical thinking, man. Oh, really? LMO, you have no clue. Yeah, I have a bigger clue than you do. Like, seriously, get the fuck like, seriously, go check yourself in to a fucking hospital. I have no clue, really. Isn't that the freaking laugh of the century? No, you don't have a clue. That's your problem. You're trying to spiel off stupid shit. But you go ahead and suck Daniel's D, right? And all that, whatever. But it's okay. But this probably is not the channel for you. And I really just, okay. I'm sorry. I just can't believe people.
Well,
are
I have
stupid.
something to say to that.
I can't believe people are stupid. Okay, be right back. Go ahead, say something to it. Okay, you know what?
Prove it to me.
Yeah, well, that's what I said.
Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence that she rented a car and drove to New Brunswick. Show me the evidence. If it's true, prove it. Because giving misinformation, whether or not you think it's true or not, just because you've seen it on a video or this or that, so what? Unless you can corroborate what you're saying, or you can provide the evidence of it, right? Then all that does is somebody else watches this live and they see that and they're like, oh, they run with it, right? They're like, well, so-and-so said that Malaya rented a car. Prove it. Because if you can't prove it and you're saying it, then all you're doing is spreading misinformation, which just makes this case even harder. It makes the case harder for people who are freshly coming in to determine what is fact and what is fiction, what is real and what's false information. So prove it. If you can, I'll give you my Facebook. I won't post it. Send me the proof.
She's going to send us probably proof in a second that her and Malaya are best friends like this, and that she frequently talks to Malaya. That's how stupid her comments are. Like, to be honest, I can't deal with that type of stupidity. I'm sorry. I just can't. I know I'm supposed to respect all your opinions and shit like that. But honestly, I can't really respect anyone that sits there and takes the side of a full-blown liar and has proven himself over and over again to be full of shit, and that your brain cells are lacking in a fucking nth degree. I'm sorry. I can't entertain that type of stupidity, But like I said in this comments, oh yeah, like, it's just ridiculous. I'm so sorry, Michelle James, but honestly, I couldn't make myself that dumb if I tried. Sorry, I just can't. And I know I'll take some fucking cuts to fucking subs and subbing, and I don't give a shit about that, to be honest with you, right? It's kind of like, I'm here for truth, not bullshit. I'm here for answers and stuff like that. Yeah, well, I mean, Team Canada, if you know who Michelle is, like I said, I know you picked two as well, but like, you're not saying anything kind of ridiculous, like, oh, she drove off to New Brunswick. If you do, I'll probably take a razz at you as well, to be honest with you. I don't waste my time taking on these stupid things that aren't even true about New Brunswick and crap anymore. So that stuff's, all this shit tries to get pulled back up because Durwood said that, he was there when it was said that, hey, I'm going to tuck the beds tonight in New Brunswick. And that's why people are coming out with this whole, hey, Belinda, do you have any relatives up in New Brunswick and shit like that? There's already enough. I'm not here to spread a bunch of bullshit and misinformation at all, right? This channel talks to enough people, within the family, and Charmaine talks to her people, Kent talks to his people, but I'm talking about the people that I speak to, right? That are actually trying to fight for Jack and Lily and answers, and not some of this bullshit information that comes out of a Facebook group and these people that want to support an absolute liar. And if no one can absolutely see that Daniel is a full-blown lying ass narcissist, then God, you must be one yourself, to be honest, or else you must be stupider than shit. Seriously, like, hasn't he proven himself over 6 months? So why would anyone, like, that's just in my real life. Are you going to sit there and believe someone that you know is a liar to you, Melissa? Are you going to take anything that they say with any credibility to it when you know that they're a liar? And Daniel has proven it. Because how many posts can I pull up for you to put it right back in your faces of his contradictories? Actually, just bold-faced lies. Right? So would you believe those people in your real life?
No, and you took the words right out of my mouth, because earlier I was going to ask you, I was going to say, how many times does somebody need to lie to you before you no longer believe them? Give me a number, because then I want you to open up the contradictory page of Daniel Martell and count how many times his story has changed or he has lied, and see if we meet that number. The point is, if somebody continues to lie, if they lie to me once, right, I'm like, I don't trust much you say anymore. They lie to me a second time, I really don't trust anything you say. By the third time you lie to me, I'm going to go look at the sky to see if it's really blue if you tell me, right? Like, I'm not going to believe anything. And I am one of those people that if you're going to say something, right, and it's not proven and I can't back it up, I need corroborating evidence. I'm not somebody who goes on suspicion of, oh, well, I think they did this or I think they did that. I need something that corroborates it, right? I've spoken to Belinda, and even though I trust 100% everything Belinda says, if I can't back it up by another source, even if it's a liar that I don't trust, if I can't back it up, then I'm not going to repeat it. Like I said, send me the proof. And you know who would know that? Daleen. Aren't you the lawyer on this? Don't you have a private eye on this? Like, stop with the bull crap.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I can't fake not being who I am. And I honestly, some people might consider that arrogance and stuff like that. No, I don't have time for bullshit in my life, and I don't have time for stupidity. Okay, it's clear as day, it's clear as mud, it's clear as glass that Daniel is a full-blown narcissist, right? In my opinion. Okay, I'm not fucking a doctor, but I ain't stupid by no means at all when it comes to personalities and stuff like that. And Daniel, he is just like, he literally is like top in the fucking charts with his bullshit. And for people that are actually buying into that at this point, 6 months in, you need to take a serious walk outside, right? Grab some fucking stones or marbles fucking on the concrete there and slap them into your brain cells, because they could probably do better thinking than your own personal brain cells. I can't sit here and watch someone's stupid ass comment. Did you know you entered a car a couple days after? Fuck me. And all I can think about is, how were you the fucking strongest swimmer that made it to the fucking egg? Like, how? How did you even get there? Was everyone else fucking with all the other sperms dead and somehow you made it out there? I don't get it. I'm sorry. I don't. Critical thinking is a lot, practicality.
So let me
put
it in.
Shit.
Sorry. I
Go
thought
ahead.
you were
No,
done.
I'm just venting.
Let me put it in. So Dayleen's in chat here. So Dayleen, answer me this. You can say yes, you can say no, you can say you don't know. You can say you can't release that information.
I gotta go pee. That's what I gotta say. I gotta go to the toilet to drink. I can still hear you from the bathroom, so keep talking.
So Daylene, you are a lawyer that's helping on this case. You have a PI that works for you. I know that because I seen the back and forth this morning on Belinda's post. So have you guys come across any information that would support the fact that a vehicle was rented Yes, it's Chrissy Travers. Have you guys come across any information to support this rumor, I'll call it, that a car was rented and was rented by Malaya and driven to New Brunswick? You would know better than anybody. Daniel should have been swallowed. That's all I'll say. Nope. No indications at all on a rental car. Zero. There you go. That's all I needed to know. Because you are the attorney on this case, or within this case, in some aspect of it. I don't need to know the details. I don't want to know the details. You have a private investigator that works for you. I'm sure you've heard this rumor, right? And you guys have looked into it, I would assume. I mean, I'm not real smart when it comes to that, but so C. Taylor is saying actually a couple days after Malaya might need a car for transportation, remembering her car was left at the trailer. What would be a problem with renting a car anyway? Exactly. I don't see why that's an issue. The problem is people are saying that she rented this car and people are going to run with it. Well, Daleen is telling us that there's no evidence of that. So Daleen says, yes, the rumor was said publicly, but there's no evidence anywhere to support it. So there we go. It is a rumor. It's not a fact. It's a rumor. So Daleen has obviously looked into it, because I'm sure, as any responsible lawyer or private eye or RCMP officer would do, when you hear a rumor, no matter how stupid it may be, it's going to be looked into. Just like somebody said, and one of Cody's interviews with the RCMP is because a hotel employee said he's seen, or she's seen, Cody with the kids. They went out and talked to him, and he proved that it was, it's not like these people are completely ignorant. They're gonna, when they hear rumors like that, look into it. That's what they do. So Daleen said, at least that I've seen and heard. Our last meeting was just a few hours ago. Exactly. Point proven. It's a rumor. Stop spreading it.
Seriously, are we still at a point here where we think that Malaya fucking has these children hidden? Like I said, honestly, seriously, and just like that bullshit.
I think there are a few people that think that.
Oh no, there are some. Okay, there are some, absolutely. Again, holding on to hope, false hope. That's the case here. Okay, these children are not freaking hidden anywhere. Come on. It's just when you are in true crime, you follow the cases. Go show me another case out there where this has happened at all. Go show me a case, okay? Just go into the United States, watch all the true crime cases over there, and then come back with me with this stupid ass theory. It doesn't happen. It's so ridiculously unlikely. There's a difference between a parent taking their children and running off with their children, and leaving the state and stuff like that, right? We see that stuff happen all the time, right? Look at those 3 beautiful little girls that their dad literally took their lives and stuff like that, right? Basically, his life was going to hell. Well, you know what? I'm going to make my wife's hell, and I'm going to, kill all 3 of the daughters there, his daughters and stuff like that. So that is normal. But this whole hidden stuff and to have a reward and to have people out there that would have knowledge about this, right? It's kind of like I said, when you look at any of these cases, it's always going to come down to that either the parents were involved or someone close to them did something to these children. That is the most likely scenario out there. But no, let's just keep believing that the children are hidden out there, that there's no trail whatsoever, that Malaya and Daniel were smart enough to pull this shit off in the first place. There's a difference between being in Tick-fucking-Buck-2 there in freaking Pictou County, Nova Scotia, in this rural ass land with barely any cameras, let alone neighbors, right? And having bad digital cell service and data, and having barely a digital footprint to work off of, right? And then there's a difference between that and literally to think that these people were even smart enough to carry out this and that nobody came forward, claimed the reward, and that some twat over there claiming that there was a phone and that thrown off on, going over towards the bridge and shit. Again, false shit, right? False absolute shit. But people want to believe this shit about New Brunswick, Malaya. Okay, I understand that at the start of the case. I absolutely understand that. But we're 6 months in, and again, it's called critical thinking. It's called using brain cells that God gave you to use them in hopefully a smart way, and then just common sense kicking in. We're 6 months in. We're not 2 weeks in. What going on?
Hold on a minute.
Michael Huff. I could call the police on you, Sonny. Go fuck yourself. Call the police on me. Michael Huff. Fucking idiot. That's just someone just to boot. Go. What are you going to call the police on me for? What are you going to do, Michael? You don't think that the RCMP don't know about It's a Crime Shame channel and Jack and Lily stuff, just like they don't know about, say, Clutch Them Pros or any other channel? Fuck off, dude. Seriously. Call the police on me. Here, I'm sitting here right now. Go ahead, Michael Huff. Moron. Absolute idiot. All right. These people are so fucking stupid. Take your stupidity out the door. Ben user, it was probably the same fucking person, just coming in under. Who cares? It's just stupidity and stuff like that at this point. It's really just stupid. But anyways, so it just becomes really about common sense. What we've seen this whole entire time. I wish I could sit here and waste every single brain cell showing you from start to finish about the whole inconsistencies and bullshit and stuff like that and pair them up and that. That's what Melissa here is working on the document for, that if you want to go look at this information and stuff like that and all the inconsistencies, all the CBC channels and stuff like that, right? I'm not here to sit there and do everyone's work for them. Melissa's been kind enough to be working on this. It's just one of those things. I'm not one of those ones. I'm not a paperwork person by no means. In fact, I hate that stuff. I like timelines, but to try to take on what Melissa is with this document is a huge feat. It's a huge feat because it's so intertwined with lies and bullshit that the truth is just so muddled up about what happened to Jack and Lily in a sense, but it's not. It's called Occam's razor, people. Occam's razor. Lots of well, you know what? Again, Daniel can try to keep selling his shit, but the thing is that it's the evidence. It's the evidence of Jack and Lily. So he can sit there and try to have his supporters, and those supporters are going to be like, free Richard Allen, free Daniel Martell. But remember, Daniel, what did he say? That he'll take Meta to the prison cell when, no, Daniel, trust me. Again, that's Daniel always trying to take the heat off of him and displace it elsewhere. As you threaten to assault me and my girlfriend. Shut the fuck up, dude. Go ahead. Put that in there. Threaten to assault you and your girlfriend. But did you go back and make another account, you moron? Come back with account number 3. Oh my God. But honestly, that's how sick and twisted people get in this case, right? Like people like this Michael Huff and puff and blow your house down shit. That's how warped people get in this case. They take it so personally that it's somehow right it blows me away actually, because it doesn't just happen in this case. It happens in so many that people get so wrapped up that they get butt hurt and all that stuff. When really it's always about Jack and Lily, Jack and Lily, Jack and Lily, Jack and Lily. What happened to Jack and Lily? And let's put those little babies back up there. Sonny, before I came to your soda this evening, I saw a bunch of posters on Jack and Lily's uncensored Facebook postings and a bunch of big posters about New Brunswick and Malaya. Those are special people. Those are a lot of special people out there. Hey, if people want to put posters out there and that somebody has some knowledge about where Jack and Lily are buried, that's perfect. But as for Jack and Lily, again, if people want to think that, go right ahead. I'm waiting for the truth to come out. but I'm not persuaded by all this other side noise and bullshit. I thought Malaya's vehicle was towed. Right, it was towed, Teresa. So again, that just becomes information that's said. So we've already heard about it being talked about. Malaya was supposed to like be living in her vehicle. That never ended up happening. So her vehicle ended up getting towed to where she was, which was, I guess, I think it went. I don't know if it went to her mom's or Patty's house, because I've heard that family member say that she didn't go to her mom's, but she went to her grandma Patty's house that night. Why would their names be considered a secret? Whose names? What you talking about? What you talking about, C. Taylor? What you talking about? Blocking you, Daleen. I don't care for liars. Daleen, I tried to add you on Facebook. What's going on there now? So Malaya just got a car from Patty, got it insured, and it's newer, running in fine. Now stupid rumors, her car was broken down. Well, the thing is that I'll agree. Hey, Robin, like, I'll agree that Malaya got plates on Wednesday, right? Got plates. She might even have said to Patty that she had other plans. Like, I heard it wasn't truthful, but let's just say she even said that. Okay, but this wouldn't entail the fact that she needed to hide these children from Daniel at all. No. This would entail the fact of probably what led up into the big argument and what truly happened to Jack and Lily. That Malaya and Daniel probably were in this big argument that day. And that Daniel knew that Malaya was fucking gonna probably leave his ass. And I'm sure he got into his little druggies. And I think that it just really becomes about taking the truth and people wanting to spin it into the fact that Malaya somehow insured her vehicle so that she could hide these kids and that nobody would come forward. $150K up for grabs and all this digital DNA, considering there's cameras along these bridges and all these stuff like this. Nah, okay, it's just way far out of the realm of even any twisted case out there. But I believe that this argument had probably everything to do with the fact of Malaya fed up with Daniel's shit. She was already going to leave him a couple of weeks prior. Probably, perhaps this black eye that happened on Wednesday night as well. So I think that that particular day, Thursday, Friday, all led into a big argument. And Daniel fucking losing his shit, snapping. And that the truth is hidden somewhere in that particular night of the 4 times trips and Justin hearing a trip and Brad hearing car trips and stuff like that. And that they were both just as culpable of it all. But I think if I was to say anything, I would say that Daniel to me would be the culpable person of what happened to Jack and Lily. If I was to think about that versus Malaya, I think Malaya knows all about it, knows exactly what happened, but her knowing everything that was going on, maybe she was on drugs herself that night, who the fuck knows. But I think that her getting her car, it was just her gearing up to leave Daniel and all that stuff. But then Daniel stopped that, didn't he? In a sense, like he thought he was doing, probably thought he was controlling the situation, and the shit got out of control, and it ended up costing Jack and Lily their lives that night. That's how I see it. Nothing to do with hiding or that Malaya got the vehicle and stuff like that. I get people wanted to twist it into something really fucking weird like that and stuff, but that to me is for people that have no idea about true crime or truly how cases go. And then they try to look for all these different things, when the truth is like right down the middle. Mm-hmm. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of the point of this document is, to put all the lies together so people can see it for themselves. And the truth is in there somewhere. And in making this timeline the way I do it, hopefully we can, and I don't mean that we're going to break the case. I don't mean that. And I don't mean we're going to be the ones to find the kids, but hopefully we can show that all these, oh, they're hidden, and all these other rumors, we can put them to rest because we can show that there's no way that they're true, and we can show that they're really just rumors and get the facts out there, because I'm so tired of seeing the rumors and everything that it's just bogging the case down because you can't get to the truth
Right.
through all these rumors.
Through all the bullshit. But,
It's
you know,
ridiculous.
yeah. I really think that should and when these documents come out, and you guys, the only person that's really talking about these documents coming out is Daniel. So again, right, they have to be informed if they're trying to unredact personal shit like that. Daniel's again, right, he'll try to get ahead of the game and all this stuff. And yeah, I think that if you're blind now by Daniel, well, wait till your eyes have clarity and it comes all to open, and then you're gonna be really disgusted with what you learn. So, you know. Sunny, okay, there he comes in. Sunny should skip out on Thanksgiving since she pigged out so much this year. Hi, Vince. Hi, Michael Huff. Hi, loser. How many accounts do you want to make tonight? How many? Let's see here. Let's see. 1, 2, let's go. Go ahead, go make another one. See, this is where YouTube's wrong. This is where you should not be able to change your name within a 12-hour period or something, right? This is where YouTube is so wrong, that loser can keep kind of making names and coming back in and coming back in. The thing that will stop him from doing that is when I put like a hold on, well, maybe I'll just do that now, actually.
Are you able to like block the IP address?
No, if I would do it in a second.
And see, that's where I think YouTube should have a thing. You know, if it's the same IP address, then there should be like something they can do there. There's too many damn trolls.
It's my fault though. I didn't have slow mode on, and I didn't have subscribers only. So he was allowed to kind of keep coming back, you know, in there. So now I have it set for 20 minutes in order to talk, and you have to be a subscriber for 20 minutes first, and then I have my 35-second. I forgot to set that. I was kind of, yeah, so that's okay. Sunny, wasn't it mentioned that
I'll be right back.
Cindy was at MB&M's to move her out? It showed up at like the property. Sunny, wasn't it mentioned? Okay, so no, so they were all set to move Malaya out, right? Like I think it was a couple months prior to that. And that when that was going to happen, that the day before, Malaya said she wasn't moving out, right? Because push pull, right? It's always good at the time, and then all of a sudden, this is a typical thing in narcissistic relationships. And Malaya caved in and still stayed, and so yeah, so that didn't happen, and you know, so she was trying to leave multiple times, as she stated, but she never did, because that's what happens with a narcissist. By the way, their relationship was so fucking toxic that Malaya, like, honestly, you'd have to be in a narcissistic relationship to understand the dynamics of how things typically go. But yeah, so they were supposed to haul her out there, but then the day before, Wade says it in his own video there, she didn't, you know. So again, I can understand people from the beginning of this case kind of wondering about that whole hidden shit and stuff like that. But then there was just a point where it was just ridiculous. And the whole people that were pushing this was Darren and Daniel. And Daniel, of course, and this is where Durwood to me looked like a fucking idiot, because Durwood was speaking for Daniel and Janie as if he was a fucking puppet. And Daniel, right, he loves it. He loves it when basically the words aren't necessarily coming out of his mouth, but it's coming third party and stuff like that. And then, so then, yeah, then you got like I said, Dickwood in the whole thing, who truly believes in his story. Um, 1 second, I'm really thirsty. Okay, still thirsty. It's just so hot, actually. But anyways, and then you
But I
got
think
Dickwood.
Sonny, he's a big part of
Hmm?
spreading all this misinformation.
Yeah,
Is
absolutely.
Gerwood.
Yeah, yeah. Daniel's the one talking about it. Then those two, freaking talk. Um, and then yeah, and then Durwood goes to Janie's and Daniel's and talk and stuff like that. Like, I mean, like I said, I have two conversations of mine and Darren's conversations together and stuff like that. But the particular one day he was all set to go talk to Cindy and all that crap. I gotta take off my jacket, man. I'm fucking hot. But anyways, talk to Cindy, and then so originally he was supposed to talk to Malaya, right? Because he figured like he knows, like, hey Malaya, just tell me who it is that took the children. But yeah, so it's kind of like you have Daniel, who's, basically a liar. Darren comes into the picture and then adds to the drama and then exaggerates it. And then he turns it into a mockery. And the thing is that at that point in time, you had a ton of people thinking that this was possible. Why? Because of Malaya's actions. And Malaya acting the way she was either represented that Malaya was talking to the RCMP, or that she knew her children were alive, and that Cindy basically said to Malaya that day during the press or after the press conference that, hey, I got the kids, get the fuck out of Dodge with me, da 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 da. And that's where that whole thing really contrived from it all. And then, of course, Daniel's loving this. Daniel's loving every move of this, because anything that will stop people from looking in the woods and anything that can direct them. Hi, Sarah. Anything that can direct them in a whole different narrative to where the children actually are and what happened to them, so Daniel's just, I'm sure, just feeding Darren. And Darren, he of course believes that Janie is fucking truthful as shit. And that, as much as Daniel's fucking, full of shit, that he still believes that this is truthful, that Malaya, in talking to the family, that Malaya's family's actions are strange and that they must be hiding the kids. And that's the truth of the matter. Okay, Darren, grow some fucking brain cells at this fucking point, moron. Okay, seriously, dude. Like, seriously, you're senile, obviously. You're old. Your brain's fucked up from all the probably drinking you've been doing and shit like that. And in my opinion, Darren, big nose. But anyways, he's so, Darren is like father, like son, just a fucking bunch of losers. It's the best word I can say. Losers. Jordan is trying to insert himself like he's some sort of fucking freakoid, and he's saying everything about cunts and dicks and sucking dicks and cunts and stuff like that. He's a product of his dad, simple as that. But Darren doesn't want to back down off of his bullshit, and it's led to this bullshit, right, Daniel? And the thing that I just can't grasp is that after 6 months, even 5 months, 4 months, at what point do you keep holding on to the stupid hope of that Jack and Lily are alive still out there? It's you want to, don't get me wrong, right? I would love nothing more than some sort of truth to be to that, but that's not the case. Sadly, it's not going to happen. The only thing that they're going to be finding with Jack and Lily is remains. That's what they're going to find. It's not going to be they're fucking hidden in some freaking mushroom cup in the woods somewhere and that they haven't been found. No, they're going to be buried probably underneath the ground, hidden, or in some sort of, I don't believe water. I feel like ground, possibly near water, like people are saying and stuff like that. But that's just the reality of it. That's the sad reality of this case. So this whole hidden stuff, any normal thinking person would understand that that's just so beyond ridiculous. So keep holding on to your hope, I guess. But reality kicks in, and I'm not here to try to hurt anyone or try to take away from Jack and Lily by saying that they're dead and stuff like that. I really wish that this wasn't the case. I wish we weren't even talking about this case. Unfortunately, this case is one of thousands of cases, but just in Canada, it's a bigger case for that reason, because we're only like 38 million people versus 350, 400 million people in the United States. But it's just the reality and the gravity of the situation. And it just really goes back to, it's simple. When you're being lied to, it's because there's lies going on and the truth isn't being told. There's no masking that. It's clear as day that lying is going on. And then when you have to lie about something, it means that you're hiding something. And what is it you're hiding? Well, you're hiding the truth about Jack and Lily. And I'm just not going to sit here and try to fake the fucking shit about being hidden and crap like that. It's just not happening. Go ahead.
So I guess like why I think water, like Daniel has talked so much about, searching the culverts, and he had to use his phone to search and couldn't see anything in the water, and about the waterfall. There's just so many times that he has mentioned water. I guess is why I think more towards water. When I first started looking into it, I thought, maybe a mine shaft or a sinkhole or something like that, right? Like they just fell, they went running through the woods to get away from them or something. But then with Daniel talking about water so much, that's why I now lean towards water. Like and this is going to come out wrong, and I don't know how to say it where it doesn't come out wrong, but I would much rather 4 years down the road find out that the children had been trafficked and are alive than next week or tomorrow find out that they were brutally unalived by family. Because at least then, you can take therapy and deal with trauma, right? You can't take therapy and deal with being unalived. Like, yes, I believe the kids are gone, but I so hope that I'm wrong and that, it comes out that they were given to somebody. You know what I mean? Like it breaks my heart that there are no answers. And it really gets me that we have to sit here and speculate and try to figure it out when the people who know are right there and could just open their mouths and say, this is what happened. Grow a pair of balls, stand up for what's right, and take your punishment like an adult. Just say, hey, this is what happened. It was an accident. It was a mistake. I'm sorry. Let the kids have peace. Like, you're dragging this out. And when I say you, I mean Daniel, Malaya, Janie, anybody else who knows where these kids are and what happened. They are dragging this out and causing more pain than if they would just come out and say, look, we were in a fight. They did this, whatever the case may be, because then at least the healing can start, because all they're doing is they've created a wound and they're constantly pouring salt and rubbing that wound and making it hurt worse, as opposed to just standing up like an adult saying, I fucked up. I was a shitty ass parent. And this is what happened because of it.
Oh, that would mean losing Meadow and their fucking lives, in a sense as they see it. Because they don't know. Yeah. Just quickly, Patriot Girl, which reminds me, you got about 20 links in my email, girl, that I just saw. Crazy. But Shao, absolutely. I love Shao Spirit Tarot. you guys, like I told you, go watch The Reckoning. The Reckoning. That's the channel, YouTube channel, The Reckoning. But Shell, Spirit Tarot, yeah, again, she just exudes what I feel is the absolute truth, the same shit that I've been saying. But I would recommend Shell, Spirit Tarot. She's really one of the good ones. Another one I would recommend, actually, there's two. I never really paid attention to Becca's tarot, but I find that Becca, Passionate Perseverance, and Shell, and you guys already know about Zach, are just ones that I find really good. As for what the fuck, you guys, with Donna Serafina, what the fuck? She lost her shit the other day. Charmaine showed me a clip from a live.
What the hell was that this morning?
Right? Fuck me, right?
Talk about losing credibility.
Well, you know, yeah, you know, like, it's like I want to show it, but then should I or no? Or just leave it? Probably just leave it. I mean, I can.
It has nothing to do with Jack and Lily, but.
Well, no, it was to do with another case, but shit.
Does anybody know what happened this morning? Did anybody see it? I guess that's what you should know, because you got a couple of people going, what happened? They don't know, show it. So, I mean, that's up to you. It was just, wow.
I'm going to, you know what? I wasn't gonna, but now I am. So Charmaine had sent me this clipping, and anyone that knows about Donna Serafina, but like, this is fucking crazy, man. Okay, I'll show it. I'm gonna show it, actually, because it's not like it's some dark secret or something. But Donna Serafina, I remember her from the Suzanne Morphew case, and Sweetie Pie Low, and her connected, and anyone that knows Donna Serafina from the Lori Vallow case would know that she was just smack dab accurate and stuff like that. But I never seen ever Donna Serafina like this. And they were talking about what case was it about? Honestly, I don't even remember.
Summer Wells.
Was it? No, was it Summer Wells? No. Was it Summer Wells?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Shit. All right. Let's see. Share screen.
And keep in mind, her name is Reverend Donna Serafina.
Yeah, Reverend Donna Serafina. Okay.
Keep that in mind when you listen to this.
Yeah. I literally had to listen to it like freaking about 5-6 times at least. Okay, hold on.
I had to pick my jaw up off the floor before I could message Charmaine back.
Okay, warning on the ears, people, okay? Just warning on the ears.
Language warning.
Language warning.
But wait, Brett said he had guns carried elsewhere.
Okay, so again, Charmaine had sent me a clipping of this morning because she said she went there to go relax and was listening to it, and this is what she came across. All right, just close your ears a little bit.
On the 14th.
So what? So what? Jody Sue, what the fuck? A 5-year-old child's missing across the dirt road? You know your asshole, the husband, had something to do with it? He's fucking lying to the cops, you stupid little bitch. Fuck you.
So
Fuck you, whore.
I want to explain
Come on
something
here. Jody Sue, you come on here. You blabber like a drunken, insane idiot for 2 years straight, booking cigarette money, whatever it is you're doing. Do you even give a shit about the children that were being raped across the street, with you claiming that it was your husband?
Okay, that's where it stops. One more time. Oh, fucking me. Okay.
Heard us. But
wait, Brett said he had guns carried elsewhere on the 14th.
So what? So what? Jody Sue, what the fuck? A 5-year-old child's missing across the dirt road? You know your asshole, the husband, had something to do with it? He's fucking lying to the cops, you stupid little bitch. Fuck you.
So
Fuck
let me.
you, whore.
I want to explain
Come on
something real
here,
quick.
Jody Sue. You come on here. You blabber like a drunken, insane idiot for 2 years straight, booking cigarette money, whatever it is you're doing. Do you even give a shit about the children that were being raped across the street with you claiming that it was your husband?
All
Here it
right.
is.
Then. Okay. Okay. Well. All right. What the fuck? I still
I
can't.
went in the live after Charmaine sent me that, and she was still going. I was like, "Holy shit!"
The raving reverend is right. You know, like, I mean, I've never, not that Donna wouldn't speak like that, but she, like, Sweetie Pie Low, like, you guys have to know Sweetie Pie Low, right? She's just so freaking sweet, but she's one of those ones too that's just like the truth. But I mean, she was just like, whoa, like, oh, wait, what's going on here? Well, and then she went to go say
But
something.
every time I've ever seen Donna, she's been very soft spoken, and yeah, she says some stuff I don't think you should say, but considering kids and stuff that are missing, I think you should be a little more, nice about it. But holy shit.
I ain't no freaking reverend. But so, I mean, let me put it this way. Donna was probably just fed up with that Sue person and all the bullshit on there. And I think that, like Daniel, what happened with Daniel that night, I think she just lost her shit. And I was just like, holy shit, like, that's going to be out there for everyone to see, man. Like, I can lose my shit, but it's just a normal thing if I lose my shit. I ain't preaching to be a reverend or a freaking psychic medium and stuff like that behind it. I'm just a person that follows true crime and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm just going to say that Donna obviously lost her fucking cool and shit. And that's kind of how I get a little bit in chat sometimes, right? Is that you just see freaking bullshit and you just go off, but never have I seen Donna do that. I mean,
I never would have thought I would see that from Donna, but I was like, oh my God, is she serious? Like, wait a minute. And then she just was going, like I said, I went in, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 minutes later, and she was still on a roll. And it's like, oh shit.
Yeah. When you're following a case and stuff, so like media, I can understand why she probably lost her shit. And maybe I just kind of find it funny because I remember when I was working, and this is back in Whitecourt, but I was working at like Walmart. Worst place to ever work, by the way. Worst fucking place. But anyways, and I remember like there was this one girl, and for me to actually swear, I swear way more on here than I ever do in my own life, and it's just because people kind of piss me off, or I get pissed off about a case because I just hate bullshit and stuff like that. But I remember when I was working there, and then this one day I said someone was a bitch or whatever, and she couldn't believe that I actually said that. And it's because I never said stuff like that. And then all of a sudden I said, what a fucking bitch or something like that. And she's like, whoa. She goes, you must be really pissed because I've never heard you. That's how I feel like Donna Serafina was then, is that she was just fed up with the bullshit of this freaking lying bitch inside of the chat there. And she just lost it, because when you're really passionate about children, kids, and what you're doing, and you see these people just trying to deceive you, or in this particular case, whoever that Sue was, I'm sure that Sue person is a big piece of shit, and trying just to cover up for a bunch of fucking lies to do with what truly happened, because they're just liars, right? But anyways, so yeah, it's hard not to lose your cool with fucking idiots, or people that are just constantly trying to make excuses for bullshit behavior. And that's how I feel about this case, is like after it's run its main part of the course of this case, I'm not here to sit there and trying to be nicety nice to all these, effing fucking bullshitters and stuff like that. All I want is to really speak with people that want to fight for justice for Jack and Lily and talk about it and talk about things that they know. I have no desire to talk to Daniel. I have no desire to talk to Durwood, Dickwood. I have no desire to talk to Jordan. I have no desire to talk to Janie or any of those people at all. To me, the truth is already there. It's just a matter of the full truth coming out. And again, when you're going to make a mockery out of a case of two beautiful children, and you're going to sit there and make a mockery out of it, I don't have patience. I don't have patience for bullshit. I don't like, I'm just one of those ones. I just cut to the chase, cut the fucking shit. All right. It's already crystal clear what's going on here. And it's just a matter of time. It's a matter of evidence, time. And every time Daniel wants to try to build himself up, all freaking there to be nailed him right back down where he belongs in the sewer piece of scum shit that he actually is. And, have truth for Jack and Lily. But in the meantime and in between time, as we're waiting for answers, fuck no. I'm not going to sit here and keep listening to bullshit or even entertain the bullshit of them. It's pointless. To me, it's pointless. We're just at a point where unless somebody gives up information, or Daniel's not gonna. Malay is the only hope there, or somebody that has information that hasn't quite shared it properly yet, right? Or the RCMP or a searcher, somebody that's hunting, somebody that's out searching, comes across some evidence, because that's what they need. Really need that to break this case, for Jack and Lily. And that's why we're seeing this prolonged 6 months time frame. That's going to turn possibly into, quite a bit more time, because they need that. They need that break in the case for where is Jack and Lily? Not alive, by the way. And the evidence. If they had enough evidence against Daniel and Malaya and any other fucking liar to do with Jack and Lily, there would have been arrests already. But they don't. They don't have the evidence there. They might have a lot of stuff, but they don't have the evidence, right? I don't think that Daniel's stupid enough to go back to the scene of the crime, in my opinion. And like I said, I think him and Malaya are, for the sake of selfishness and Meadow and their own personal lives at stake, and what's going to be the consequences, it's not worth it for them to tell the truth until the truth is presented in front of their face. And then, charges hopefully will come at that point. But that's what it's going to take. It's not going to be an easy case, this case. It's just not. Digital data and evidence just isn't there. I don't believe at all. That's the problem with this case. It's just not there. They need more than just certain things. And so that's the point that I'm at with this case. Where's Jack and Lily? Where's Jack and Lily? What section were they buried in or put in the water in? Where? How far were they taken? And who's going to come across them? Is it going to be a psychic like in the Nicola Bully case? Because most times when a case is going on, it's usually, whether it's years later or not, it's usually because some hunter or somebody in that area, or some animal uncovered remains, that usually can break a case open. Is that going to happen with Jack and Lily's case? Possibly.
So, Sonny, I got to tell you, I'm not, I don't claim to be an empath. I don't claim to be a psychic or any of that. Let me preference that. But last night, and this has happened to me a couple times, not specifically last night, but I have before had dreams, and I've come to realize if I can't remember exactly what happened in the dream, then most times, more often than not, there's only been a couple times that it hasn't happened, I have a deja vu moment relatively quickly, like within months, right? So last night, I had a dream about Jack and Lily. I remember having the dream about Jack and Lily. I woke up crying, but I can't remember the dream. So if I go back to what has happened in the past where this happens, generally I have a deja vu moment, like I said, and it ends up happening. So hopefully that's a sign from somewhere up
Yeah.
above that
Yeah.
this is going to be resolved
I think
soon.
what would you guys, what's your estimation on soon? You guys in chat, what's your estimation on soon? What do you guys think for Jack and Lily in your heart of hearts? What do you guys think? So what's your estimation of soon? 6 months, 4 months, a year?
Yeah. 6 months, give or take.
Yeah,
would
but
be
isn't that what
my-
we thought about Sebastian? And that never happened.
But see, it was different with Sebastian because when I would dream of Sebastian, I would remember the dream. And
Yeah.
like I said, I've had this happen before where I've had a dream and I can remember who's in the dream, but
Yeah.
not what it's about. And that's always ended up being a deja vu moment of, oh, yeah, I remember that. And it like jogs my memory back to the dream. So I'm hoping that that's a sign that maybe this is going to come to a close.
Yeah. Well, 1 second here. 6 weeks, cold case, soon, very soon, within a month. I don't know. I wish tomorrow, right? 4 months minimum. I think they need bodies. I think that, well, I think that in itself, right? Because if they have bodies, obviously, then they know that it's obviously a criminal case, first of all. Secondly, you know, well, obviously, if there's any sort of bruising and stuff to a skull or whatever, or drugs in the system, or smothering or asphyxiation, you know, and stuff like that, then that would come to fruition. I look at, you know, what I love about the Barry Morphew cases, or Suzanne Morphew case, but Barry Morphew, is that when they did find her body, even though fucking fucktard killed his wife, anyways, is that he was using tranquilizer darts, and they found a piece of that in the dryer. But when she was found, like, even though her bones have been in the, you know, hot desert and all that shit of Colorado and stuff like that, the tranquilizer dart stuff was still in her bones. So get the fuck out of that, Barry. Get the fuck away with that, dude. You know, so there's a lot that they can determine, obviously, with the children. And you know, I do believe that myself, okay? I do believe that Thursday was a day that Daniel, okay, the minute Daniel opens his mouth to say that it was a normal day, instantly tell yourself that everything that Daniel says pretty much is the opposite. So if Daniel says that they're trying to get a false confession out of him, you know, but you have to know when he's saying things and why. Now, in that particular case, I'm sure that they would have loved for Daniel to give him a confession, not a false one, but a true confession about what happened to Jack and Lily. So if Daniel says that it was just a normal Thursday, you know that everything about that day, first of all, was not normal. And that's where, to me, this whole case lies, between an argument, drugs, the children being harmed or hurt. I think Daniel lost his shit. Malaya was going to leave his fucking ass, and they got into this argument. Daniel, you're going to come to find out that if you already think that Daniel is fucking sick and twisted now, right? It's gonna even more show what a fucking piece of shit Daniel is. Like, I don't know that he could recover from, if that personal information comes out, that he's going to be able to recover from that at all, let alone Malaya as well, but Daniel in particular, right? It's sick. It's sick and twisted. And I'm just hoping that people will then get a clue that what happened to Jack and Lily is something that I don't believe was planned still. At least not planned against one. But something that was a sick and twisted relationship that turned into a fight, an argument, drugs being involved, and the death of the children. A nightmare that went wrong. And that's why their timeline is so ridiculous that it doesn't make sense. They tried to make it make sense. And then as time went on, Daniel, especially not Malaya, because Malaya, again, in a sense, being the smarter of the two, chose to be silent, whereas Daniel just couldn't shut his mouth. And Daniel himself has told on himself so many times, it's not even funny. Like the what do you want to say? Like the proof is in the pudding. Daniel has literally given himself up, and he doesn't think that, because he still thinks he's trying to convince people. And yeah, there are people out there that doesn't matter. You could hit him over the head with a sledgehammer. It doesn't matter. They'll still see like that Richard Allen is innocent, or that Daniel isn't a liar, and that the truth is going to come out. And Cheryl and Haley and Hayden had everything to do with helping Malaya and stuff like that. That's just so not the case, guys. It's so not the case. But anyways, it just became out of a panic mode and trying to deal with something in a very short period of time. And that's why, hence, the children got called in sick. The stories about them all being asleep and half asleep, but yet Daniel, like this, all this, information with, it doesn't take a rocket science to know that their timeline blows ass. And it doesn't make sense to anything. But they're trying. They've tried little by little. And Janie, squeaking off with her beak in DT's channel, and Daniel, who obviously doesn't lie very well and stammers and stutters. And then he says things to even be more inconsistent with other things that he said. And then he tries to provide like a bear picture of some bear between fucking cars. Daniel will always just take whatever is being said. And if there's something that he thinks that he can play off of, he will. Anything to misdirect the fact of what truly happened that night. But again, just take it all in. Just take everything that Daniel's saying, take in their timeline. It's not hard to see, people. It's just not hard to see at all. At all. It's like if Daniel couldn't have written it better, in a sense, for how much he's just a fool, an idiot, a liar. And Malaya, all her bullshit, and all I gotta say to them is like I said, when karma comes and bites you in the ass, I'll be sitting there fucking drinking something, just to commemorate your fucking sorry asses for the sake of Jack and Lily, and that you're basically shitting and pissing on Jack and Lily for your selfish asses as you continue to keep holding out on this bullshit. And I can hardly wait till the day comes that justice will truly come for Jack and Lily, because they deserve so much more than those pieces of shit on that property. Fucking line. Anyways, I could go on. Sorry. My bad. It's just so hard not to. Just fucking.
I don't know. This whole case just frustrates me, because I'm sitting here going, and I'm trying to plug stuff into a timeline. It's like, well, that's not what he said the other day.
I know. Yeah, beautiful children. I hope that you're wrong on that, Teresa. I really do. Like with that part, I'm going to stay to the positive. Are they alive? No. Will this case be resolved? I feel, you know what? And I too, I feel like within the span of about 6 months' time that I'm praying and hoping so badly that the truth will work its way out there, right? And there's got to be so much more. Meaning, more information coming forward. Maybe someone feeling guilty. Maybe they'll have something that pulls up where they can just dangle it in front of like Malaya's face and say, "Look, we got this against you. Catch fucking 22, Malaya. Daniel, fuck off. Who's gonna speak first? Who's gonna tell the truth first?" Yeah. What was that? Yeah. It must be. Are you getting tired, Missy? You must be getting tired.
I am.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, what's your
My brain just hurts. I've been working on this document today because I want to get it out for you as soon as possible. So it's just like my brain is
No.
mush.
Right. Hi, Drippy. Shannon, I think, I promised myself tonight. I didn't obviously adhere to my own fucking thoughts. I told myself tonight I was not going to go off on my rage shit about Daniel and Malaya. Keep my cool. Didn't happen. Because people are going to start thinking that I got all these rage issues going on and stuff like that. I mean, I do. I do for the sake of bullshitters. I can't. I just can't. It's like watching somebody lie in front of my face and for me to sit there and take it. It's not going to happen. And so, yeah, like probably for a few now, quite a few, I'm just going off the charts with saying, fuck you this and fuck you that and whatever. I just can't believe that this bullshit is going on with Jack and Lily at Jack and Lily's expense, at the sake of Daniel and Malaya.
These
Especially
babies
that-
deserve better than Daniel and Malaya are giving
so
them.
much more. When you just love children so much, like when you just love them to the core, and you have to visually look at two pictures of children, and it doesn't matter if it's Jack and Lily's case, Emmanuel Haro's case, just any of the cases, Casey Anthony, with her bullshit. There's, oh my God, there's just there's just so many cases. And when you have to sit there and when you have a child and you're raising your child and you watch all those special moments of, going to school or saying their first words or helping you do laundry or, when they hear like, love you, mama, and stuff like that. And you just think about all those moments. And then you see these pictures of a 6-year-old and 5-year-old now. And you just look at them. And Lily looks just like her mother. Jack looks just like his father, Cody. And when you look at little Lily's face, and especially in a ton of pictures, and you just literally see her mother's exact looks and stuff like that, all you can think about is that these children had so much more to do that was taken from them. That was literally taken from them. And I can't handle it inside, knowing that these fuck faces are literally making a mockery out of Jack and Lily because they're so fucking selfish, and they're not going to be taking accountability until accountability comes and knocks them right in the fucking universe. And that's what it's going to take. And so to watch anyone play us for fools and sit there and think that we're a bunch of fucking idiots and believe their bullshit at the sake of Jack and Lily. Yeah, I'm really fucking over Daniel, Malaya, Janie, Darren, Dickwood. Don't really want to include his son in there but he's going to insert himself in a bad way. And he's just going to make himself look like a total fucking asshole, like he already is starting to, right? Instead of just keeping low type of thing, but whatever. But it's just watching this train of idiots like running this circus. And I'm like, my wheels are freaking dug into the ground. And I'm just like, yeah, you guys aren't going to fucking keep this circus going. Like in my eyes, it's like, no, I'm calling you out. You're fucking pieces of shit. Your lives matter more apparently than Jack and Lily. And for the people that care about Jack and Lily, they'll keep fighting to find truth for Jack and Lily. And that truth, I believe, will come out. I believe it will come out. But when? When will it come out? Well, Daniel's only wishing never. Malaya's only wishing never. They deserve so much more. That's all I can say. Any child deserves so much more than these useless pieces of hunk of shits that are literally trying to deceive us with their bullshit by twisting it. Daniel and Daniel being the main culprit. You know, Malaya was a little hard to figure out at first, and then until she wasn't, right? She's too busy fucking other guys and stuff like that. She's too busy fucking caring about her own lifestyle. Malaya, you can tell Malaya just by knowing the bits that we do with her and Patty, the grandmother. Malaya is a spoiled fucking brat, is what she is. Malaya is a spoiled fucking brat who worked one time when she was like 15 years old and had a job. And other than that, she's leached off of everybody else to fucking the poor Malaya train. Why? Because everyone handed Malaya whatever she wanted to, and she turned into this fucking lazy fucking ass useless mother that obviously just rode off of everybody else's money and stuff because she was too lazy to fucking do anything for herself or her children and stuff like that. So, you know, whatever relationship she's put herself in and stuff like that, Jack and Lily missing are all because of her ass. And she stayed with Daniel all this time that he was doing drugs. She put her children in a bad situation. Why? Again, fucking needier than shit, just leeching off of everyone. We already know about, right? Stealing money from Grandma Patty helping you with your vehicle, Grandma Patty this, Grandma Patty that, you know, leeching off your family because you can't stand up on your own 2 feet yourself at all. And then you got Daniel the narc who's so insecure and so insignificant, and that it's nurture and nature and all that shit about his environment. Imagine being around that nasty ass Janie's voice and listening to someone like that sitting there, Daniel, I don't know, like, right, pretending like she doesn't know what the fuck is going on in that trailer. It instantly tell you that she's a liar right there, right? Any fucking mother that lives in a trailer, goddamn right, 15 feet away. Sorry about that, Dolly Vision. Said the word goddamn there, my bad. But anyone that lives like 15 feet away, and then someone that sits there and comes out and talks about the blanket and acts like she doesn't know what's going on in that trailer, right then you can just consider her credibility gone right then and there. And all she does is make excuses for her son. Janie, I think you were a pathetic mother to your children. I think that you're just a nasty old hag that wants to play the victim. And that's why Daniel is the way he is. Daniel's the victim towards everything. The only person that's probably not a victim in all of this is the fucking dog in Janie's trailer. That poor dog is fucking innocent. Free, you know, if you guys are going to sit there and free anybody, free that dog from literally hell. That dog has to deal with Janie's sorry ass every day, Daniel's sorry ass, and these bunch of liars and these bunch of people that just don't even know how to tell the truth. And him and Malaya's, their relationship works because she's fucking needy, right? Daniel needs his narc supply, and Malaya's giving it to him, and he does the push-pull thing. She's going to leave, then she's not going to leave. She's going to leave, then he's not going to leave. Oh, Daniel, come on, Daniel, keep doing those drugs. I love you so much. Oh, my God, you just hit me and pushed me up against the wall. No, don't worry, I forgive you. Right? Oh, yeah, Daniel, give me some drugs too, by the way. You know, and they got Janie over there going, no drugs going on here. No, fuck off. Go back to your drinking there, Janie. All right? Free Tucker. That's right. Free Tucker. Anyways, so
well, I know just, for a fact.
I gotta have it, Puff. I'm here. Go ahead.
I know for a fact that Janie walks into that trailer whenever she damn well pleases and speaks to Daniel any way she pleases and doesn't miss a chance to let him know that that's her trailer and her property.
Yeah.
Janie knows more than she's saying. I don't care what she says. She's a liar.
Yeah, I'm puffing away, man. Absolutely. Hi, Mac. Welcome back. Well, and that's just the thing, right? Like I said, we could blow their timeline away with everything. So I don't even know what to say anymore about that, because I'm just at a point where I just want to know the distance that Daniel could have traveled, in my opinion. And again, let's just go back to this, right? Obviously, there's no charges, right? So everything is just speculation and in our opinions. And this is the court of it's crime and shame. So by that token, from my channel and my personal opinion, those people are guilty as fuck. But they'll have their day. They'll have their day. It will come around, right? And then the justice system will take care of all that shit. We hope and we pray, because we've seen bullshit, and people get off scot-free or cases not solved, and but I'm always crossing my fingers and my toes that justice will come for Jack and Lily in the proper way, and where are they? Just where are they? Where are they at this point? Just where are they? Are they 5 kilometers away? Are they 10 kilometers away? Are they further? Are they closer? Right? Reiki, Janie. Fucking Reiki. Okay. I think I gotta go take my own I'm gonna have to take some online therapy, I think, after that. Honestly, because this case is not funny by no means, but it's enough to do your head in, and your thoughts in. I'm just at the point where it's come on, tarot card readers, come on, Shannon over there, just someone give the location, okay? Let's just lead. Let's just all use our energy and lead, that the answers come for Jack and Lily, and just use all our positive energy for Jack and Lily and answers, and that the day is going to come where we get those answers. Because I'm just at that state where I'm just where are they now? That's how I feel. I don't really want to keep talking about Janie and Daniel and crap anymore. I just want to understand where that they could be. But how do you get people to search in places, even if you think, right? So that's, we'll see what happens with Please Bring Me Home, see what kind of comes out of that. If there's any new clue or a new piece of evidence that's maybe got missed, we'll just see what comes out of that. If not, it's just honestly, it's gonna be up to the people of Pictou County to gather and keep creating searches to happen. Pretty much, right? I mean,
I really feel like in my heart of hearts, it's gonna be a hunter or somebody who's out in the woods just for whatever reason that's gonna come across these babies. And that is really sad, because then they have to live with that, and they have that in their head. Yes, it's the same if it's law enforcement, but law enforcement is trained, and law enforcement can get help, and majority of the time do. But I don't know. It just saddens me to think that some innocent soul out there is most likely going to be the one that comes across these kids. Because if you look at statistics, that's how it's going to be. It's not going to be you or me. It's probably not going to be law enforcement, because law enforcement really isn't out there unless they have a tip. Statistics say it's going to be a random average Joe that finds these babies.
Yeah, unless there's something that comes in. Now, okay, so we're going to get going here in just a minute. So a couple things I do want to say before we get going. Cassie, on the one that's sassy, okay, you actually reminded me, okay? So I am clearly a freaking Christmas Hallmark person. I love watching those SAP stories every year that come out. You're right. Honestly, I'll literally spend a couple good months watching these movies because I need to unwind as well. Lately, I've been watching X Factor a little bit, but you just reminded me, Cassie, what the fuck? What am I doing? I haven't been watching my Hallmark movies I normally do at this point. It's like I forgot up until you made this comment. So thank you for reminding me, because that's exactly what I'm going to do when I get off this live. So I'm going to plunk my ass in that bed with a freaking Hallmark movie. And I love Christmas coming up. You guys, I got my Christmas gear all in my closet ready to do and stuff like that. Oh. Above Daniel's statement, the boat has sank. Ship has sailed would be correct term. of Daniel's statement.
Thank you. Sonny, please read my question about
I know which one she's talking about.
Can you
Hold on,
can you
I'll give
highlight
you a
it?
timestamp. No, I can't.
What time is that? Let's see here, Robin.
Hold on, I'm looking for it.
Thank you, Robin, by the way, for that super chat. All of a sudden, it was like this big orange thing, like a pumpkin came across my face there. Let me find it, though. It's too busy about the Hallmark shit going on, too. But hold on. Did you see it? Did you see what time?
Okay, it is at timestamp 12:55. And she said, the boat has sunk, meaning with Malaya, but is it leakage? Did someone have a boat that we just don't know about?
Wait, 1 second. Oh, hold on, right here. This one? Yeah. The
Yes.
boat is sunk, meaning with Malaya, but is it leakage? Did someone have a boat that we don't know? No, Robin. No boat. It's not leakage. No boat. Say that 10 times fast. No boat. The boat has sunk. The Titanic, in fact, is sunk. More the expression of term for Daniel and to me Malaya, but yeah, but as in like say genuinely a boat out there, no boat. Coming out. I think that's what you're referring to. But yeah, no. But again, thank you very much for that super chat. But yeah, no. I mean, I know that it's been said a lot by some readers or, and stuff like that about, a boat and, sometimes you see it in the cards and that. I don't think this is no boat that ship has sailed. Yeah, no boat that ship has sailed. Absolutely. No boat that ship has sailed. Perfect. Yeah. So you guys, Hallmark, okay, movies. Great way to unwind. I love the cheesy Christmas ones. Okay, secondly, Zach and Shannon will be doing a live, I guess, tomorrow. Not sure what time, but Shannon's going to be apparently joining Zach on that day. I will be doing a live tomorrow myself with Daphne and Nova. So hopefully you guys will. Okay, so ours will be at 4 PST, 7 Eastern, and 8 o'clock Atlantic time. So again, I'm really looking forward to that live because all three of us together haven't collaborated, and I think that that's going to be a great live. We're all on pretty much the same page of our thoughts and stuff like that, and great people. Daphne's she's always got a smile on her face all the time and stuff. I always resonate with Daphne that way because she's always just very, like a happy-go-lucky type of person. Like she's always got that glow about her. And Nova, just another great person that lives in Pictou County. And so anyways, I'm just looking forward to that live tomorrow. We're just going to all shoot the shit together, put out whatever. And yeah. And then, of course, at 2 p.m. will be Charmaine. Let me go back to that again quickly. True Crime Story podcast. But on our live tomorrow, right? She's going to be doing a members only. So if you want to become a couch potato, because you have to be a member to watch this. So you can see that I'm right here. Welcome to Couch Potato Crew. Didn't even know she had members, actually, to be honest with you. And Sonny,
she did say that after this live, she is going to make it public for everybody to be able to see it after it's done.
Yeah. Because I did send a message, right? Because when I seen it, first of all, I didn't even know about it up until I hit refresh. And all of a sudden I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Belinda and Daleen are doing a live on a members only. And I was like, how the fuck I was never told about it, right? So I was a little bit perturbed that I found out about it because I refreshed my screen, Charmaine. And so anyways, but my thing about that was this, is that I said to Charmaine, like, look, this is going to look like a total money grabbing thing, right? Members only, and you're putting it behind a paywall. It's just going to look like a total money grab, and people get pissed off when they feel like something is a money grab, and it just becomes a nightmare. And so I literally had said that to her about it, right? And then she explained that well, first of all, I mean, Charmaine is newer to the YouTube, but she'll come to see that you can do members only a couple different ways, that you can literally have members only watching or talking, but yet you can still have the viewers to view it. They just can't talk unless they're a member. But we never want to turn this ever. And Charmaine is not a person that's like a money maker and stuff like that, right? But it's a matter of how people perceive it. But then she said that, yes, and talking to her, she said that the donations during that particular live will go towards jackets for Lily and Jack. And then as well, she said she was going to make it public after the members, which, okay. Then I was just like, oh, well, like, do what you want. But, you know, I just I know how it works. If people feel like something's being hidden behind a paywall in order, because it makes it come off like a money grab, and that just turns into drama. But again, Charmaine, the jackets, the funds from the live that people do donate will go to jackets for Lily and Jack's school, for the Pictou County school. And that she said she was going to be making it live after that for the others to see it and stuff like that. Yeah. But anyway, so that's going to be at 2:00. Yeah. So that will be Daleen, Belinda, you know, and Charmaine and on there. So, you know, Charmaine, Belinda, Daleen, 2:00, Sunny, Daphne, Nova. Well, 4:00 my time. So when I say 2:00, that's PST time, because that's how it shows to me. And then I'm not sure. Oh, he said at 10 p.m. for Shannon, 10 p.m. Zach's time, which is totally different to Shannon Aussie time, because she's like in a whole different zone of herself over there, eh? Because I remember when we did a live at 6, that was 10:00 in the morning. Yeah. So anyway, so that's good. Like, just a whole bunch of Jack and Lily stuff, right? Awareness is the most important thing here, about the awareness of Jack and Lily. Awareness is what keeps cases out there, keeps them in the spotlight. So that's really important when you're following a case. But you guys got a whole run of lives coming up tomorrow, it looks like. And then, you know, obviously Clutch Some Pearls does lives, and, you know, whoever else and stuff like that. But Nova and Daphne, all I know is at 4:00 my time, 7 and 8 theirs, is that we'll be here doing the live tomorrow. And I'm looking forward to it all, to be honest with you. Forward to it all. Looking forward to what Daleen and Belinda have to say on the members only live here. So become a couch potato if you're not. And if not, then you wait till after the live's over, when she turns it into a, you know, where everyone can see it. Totally up to you. The thing I like about members' lives is the fact that it's kind of like the people that are members, right? And this is the whole point, is that there's a lot of people that whine because they don't get to see information because they're not a member and stuff like that. But the thing about members only is that they pay to become a member. And so it's more like a small group that comes in there, instead of, say, channels that can have thousands of people, you know, coming and viewing and stuff like that. It tones it right down just to the people that have actually paid to become a member. And that those are the people that will, during that time frame, will be able to talk. And then you can get more of your questions answered and stuff like that. But anyways, that's all I got to say for tonight. Yeah. Jack and
Well,
Lily.
let's just hope that when Please Bring Me Home does their search, that maybe they'll find something. Maybe they'll find the kids.
Hopefully a little something comes out of that. You know, like I said, cross our fingers, cross our toes, send out all the most beautiful light you can for Jack and Lily. In that, even if it's a significant, like a little piece of evidence that wasn't found the first time around, that somebody comes across, who knows? Daleen, this is Melissa, American Justice on there. So with that being said, Missy, you know, time to go. Yeah. Thank you,
Yeah,
Zach.
I've
Thank you,
got
everybody.
get up tomorrow, and I may or may not be in lives tomorrow. I may have to watch them on repeat, or I may just have them playing in the background and
You
not
know that
in
that's not
chat.
going to happen. Come on now.
Well,
You can't stand it.
I was working on the document you were talking earlier, and then I heard you say something about being nice or some shit, and I'm like, what the fuck? So I come in and I seen shit was going down. I'm like, am I the only mod? Do I need to stay in chat? And everybody's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll stay in chat.
Yeah.
And then Shannon came along, and I'm like, okay, you got this. I'm gonna go listen and keep going on this document because I'm trying to get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyways, thank you guys. Thank you guys all. Again, Jack and Lily support and stuff like that for the channel, you know, and yeah, it's just a very wearing case. I'll say that, you know, between working full time and trying to keep up with the case all the time. And sometimes my brain is just so exhausted like it was tonight. That's why I was like, go ahead, Zach, talk all you want, dude. Melissa, you know, just my brain, it's just trying to absorb all the different messages that come in sometimes. But next, I just want to say this though, that like I'm off today, tomorrow, Saturday, and then my 6 to 2 shift start for the next couple of weeks after that. So I'm just so over the 12 to 8 shifts. They suck ass. But it is what it is, you know. The 12 to 8 ones are really, truly hard. They're just really hard. You're tired all day. Just, you know, the negativity of, you know, unfortunately the job that I am in, because it is a lot of negativity, you know, but it is what it is, yay. And then you try to deal with the true crime world and the sadness of the cases, in this case especially. It does your head in, you know, and you just get really exhausted, because the exhaustion mostly, I just want to say, comes from you just want answers. You know the truth of what happened, and now it just becomes of the answers for Jack and Lily. And how is that going to happen? When is that going to happen? You know, come on, tarot cards, come on, mediums, you know, just give us the answer. And you just wish that you could just, you know, look at Google Earth and go, right there, you know. But it's just very exhausting on the heart, on the soul, on the mind. And it just kind of leaves you exhausted. I don't know how else to say it. Just exhausted from searching for the truth behind bullshit, you know, and stuff like that. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah. Anyways,
and
guys,
it's very heavy. It's just
it's extremely heavy.
It gets you.
It's extremely heavy, absolutely, right? But for all the good, kind-hearted, loving people out there across the world, across the universe and stuff like that, thank you for being those people, because it takes so many people to make this world a better place, to a lot of the pieces of shits that are in this world that should never be here, that do shit that's crazy and whatever. But to all the people that really do have compassionate, caring hearts and stuff like that, thank you for being you and stay true to who you are. With that being said, I'm just gonna play it out. Jack and Lily's video, their tribute video for them. And yeah, dark chocolate. What a great idea. That would be great. That's good for diabetes, dark chocolate. I think this is it. Anyways, good night, guys. Good night, Melissa. Love you. Thank you.
In the woods where shadows lay.
Thank you, guys.
Jack and Lily went to play on a rainy May afternoon. Now we whisper hope soft too. Echoes of laughter fill the air, but where are they? We stand in prayer. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless storm, and prayer we send your way. Hundreds gathered hearts so strong, searching deep where they belong. Through the trees and storms they roam, wishing every child came home. Fatigued but fierce they won't give in. For every soul we search within. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless storm. In our hearts forever you'll stay, with every prayer we send away. We'll keep the hope alive today. In the silence, love